Didn't even think about it. I was sitting talking to her so passionate. That's a problem though. Something that doesn't have a problem.
Okay, are we good here?
Yep.
We're online?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for coming. If everyone could please stand, pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kat, can you take a roll call for us, please? Thank you.
Director Fields,
Here.
Director Conan,
Here.
Director McMaster,
Here.
Director Slider,
Here.
Director Smith,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
I will do so as stated.
Okay, you guys gonna flip a coin?
Oh, I didn't hear.
I'll go for it. I'll second.
Okay.
Second, who's second? Please state your name.
Brandon.
Thank you.
Okay, we got that? All right, public participation. Thank you for participating in public comment this evening. The public comment is an essential part of local government meetings. Each person will have 2 minutes, because we have so many people tonight, to speak. Unless there are, and so our governing body takes input into consideration. However, in observance of the Oregon meeting laws, this isn't the time for dialogue, but rather for us to listen to you. I have the sign-up sheet, which hopefully you folks filled out if you're talking tonight. Anyone joining us remotely who wishes to provide comment can notify the meeting monitor now by clicking the raise hand icon, and I will add you to the queue. The superintendent may direct staff to follow up with you regarding your comment and questions. You're provided with the contact information on the form. Before you make your comment, please state your name and whether you live in or out of our district. To keep this moving along, we will be calling 2 names. The first person will speak. The second person will head to the podium and be on board to speak next so we can move things along. I just have to tell you that tonight, this is one of our longest agendas ever. And so we would appreciate it if we move this along as quickly as possible, because I am going to cut people off and I don't want to be rude about it, but we have an agenda that's the biggest I've seen in all the years I've been around. So we are going to move on this really quick. So up right now we have Bob Fleischman, and Chris Regwitz is on board next. After that, please. And if I mispronounce your name, I'll work on it.
I have a question before I start, if possible. We have some people that are signed up to speak that are willing to give their time to me. How do we do that?
Excuse me?
I don't know if you heard what I just asked.
Are you allowing people to cede time to other speakers?
No, not tonight. We've got too big of an agenda, we've got to move.
Okay. And I'll start off and just, my name is Bob Freshman. We live in District on Corral Creek Road, about 2 miles from Bob and Crystal Riley Park. We've lived there and also had use of the property, the Riley property, for 26 years. So we're very familiar with it. So let me just start out with one point is, recently CPRD authorized spending $10,000 to hire a mountain bike consultant to look at potential mountain bike trails in the district. However, nobody from CPRD staff, members of the CPRD Heritage Trails Advisory Committee, or any representatives of the hiker equestrian groups was involved in this at all. They were excluded from this process. Only another mountain bike advocate was allowed to go with the consultant. So I think this is highly structured to not hear people that are vested in the park and the hundreds of letters that have been received by the board as well. And then also, even after multiple requests to CPRD, to actually have them talk to the people at Bob and Crystal Riley Park, that has never occurred. I think that's absolutely shameful that you're not talking to the user group, the largest user group that uses the park, and on a weekend is quite a substantial number of people. I think that needs to be remedied. There will be, since I don't have time, some of the other speakers will cover the remaining points that I had in my letter. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, next up is Chris with Lisa Rogers on board.
Thank you. Some of you might be tired of seeing me, but I may go on for a while. But I'm Chris Rice.
If we could, I'm sorry to cut you into your time,
Okay.
make sure his time is still good. Can you speak when you guys speak in the microphone, because clear back here, I can barely hear you guys.
How's that?
That's wonderful.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Reisowitz, live on Parrot Mountain, about 3 miles from the park, out of district, but my daughter and grandkids are in district and authorized me to speak on their behalf. I'm a frequent user of the park. I've ridden in the park 150 times, hiked in the park multiple hundreds, and over the past several months, I've become aware of this issue and have studied quite a bit up on it, read a bunch of materials, looked at old videos, and so on. And several things stand out to me. One, the absence of a good faith, fact-based discussion to seek compromise solutions that work for the entire community, not a subset of it. 40 years working in public policy, land disputes have taught me that's the best way to resolve issues, and as I've said before, I'm happy to participate in that process. The second thing that stands out is really the huge number of false assertions about cycling that are being tossed around. For example, we want to turn the park into a mountain bike raceway, cut trees, bulldoze hillsides, make berms and jumps. No, absolutely false. I don't know who made that up, but that should go away. On my rides in the park, my average speed's 7 miles an hour and under. And I'm not that slow, but I'm not as fast as I used to be. There are also issues raised about trail damage and so forth. I think if you compare the damage that horses cause versus bikes, you'll find horses cause more damage. There are also environmental issues related to horse manure. Look it up, CAFO. Take a look, you'll see. A lot of concerns, high concentration horse animal feeding operations are regulated. But here's an idea. This one's not come up yet. We could combine an east-west split and a temporal split. What you do is you allow bikes on one side of the park.
Okay, Chris, I hate to
horses
cut
on
you
the
off,
other.
but because of time I have to, I'm sorry.
Okay. Alternate days. That way
Thank you.
everybody gets what they want.
Thank you. Okay, on board next will be Tamara Bosch.
Hi, my name's Lisa Rogers, and I live within the district. As you all know, I have sat in your seats before and understand the challenges that face you right now. But I would like to point out that the things that are really important is you guys already spent money to do a study. And if you're going to make decisions before you have that information, then not only are you being fiscally irresponsible, but you're not able to make the best decision because you don't have all the information. I'd also like to remind you that you are supposed to be representing all 36,000 people within this district. Not people outside of the district, but within the district. And I also would like to remind you that the board of CPRD has done a really wonderful job of saving this park previously. It had The management of it was not good, and they had to sell it to the park district in order for everybody to have access. So I just hope you're going to go ahead and sit there and do your responsibility about listening to the information that you've already paid for, and that you will wait to make decisions based on what it is that information provides you so that you can make the best decision for the most for the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, we have Tamara up next, and then on board is Brian Bowman. Thank you.
Okay, Tamara Bush Johnson, in Newburgh School District, but just outside the district by a mile. I have read many records concerning the donor's intent for a property, and the strongest evidence remains the donor and foundation vision statements, together with CPRD's 2013-2014 negotiation and signed lease option documents. Those records consistently emphasize public access, preservation from urban development, agriculture, rural and farm education, and equestrian trail use as intended park function. Mountain bike trails would destroy this vision. Wildlife disappears. The natural and peaceful environment will be damaged, and equestrians and walkers will be significantly reduced in using the park due to safety concerns. That's what has happened in many of the so-called shared use parks in Oregon. We tried the east side, west side. It didn't work then, and it won't work in the future. It will only take one biker who doesn't follow the rules and runs into a mother, father walking with their kids, or an equestrian who's suddenly surprised to have a speeding bike come around the corner. Injury or, God forbid, a death will happen, and you will be liable along with CPRD. You have a master plan for Crystal Riley Park, implement it. You have a riverfront property in Newburgh that the huge majority of the regular biking community in Newburgh wanted, as it connects to other trails, and their kids could ride from their neighborhoods. But the special group of minority mountain bikers don't want that. They want Riley Park, and talk as if they've already been approved to return there since the election of the new CPRD board members. It's simply strange that a small minority of mountain bikers seem to have more influence than the vast majority of walkers, hikers, equestrians, and regular bikers. Your district citizens will not be at all pleased with the board members who vote to let mountain bikers back in. These voters will find a way to talk to you through the next ballot box. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Brian Bowman, and then Lynn Calkins is right after that on board.
Brian Bowman in district. Good evening. I'm here to continue supporting shared trails and to respond to some broader assumptions that have become commonplace in some of the recent discussions that recreational horseback riding has a stronger claim to the land with rural heritage than cycling does. I respect the equestrian community. I also respect the agricultural history of the property, but we should be careful not to confuse rural heritage with rural purpose. Recreational horseback riding and recreational cycling both became popular about the same time historically, post-industrial revolution, right? Changed work and people gained more time and money. Riding became a leisure activity. Before that, horses were transportation, tools, and labor. Cycling was transportation and technology. By the early 1900s, both had become forms of recreation. That matters today because trail riding is recreation. Whether someone's on a horse or a bicycle, neither activity is farm work. Neither activity is using the land for its original agricultural purpose. Both are modern ways for people to experience open space trails and landscapes with rural and agricultural history. Most trail recreation happens outside dense urban areas for a reason. That's where space is. Trails need space. Trails need land, terrain, separation from traffic, and room to move. One type of recreation does not become less appropriate simply because the same open space is used by other recreationists. So access shouldn't be decided based on what activity appears to be have more rural pedigree. It's a subjective standard and risks turning public land stewardship into user gatekeeping. The better standard is practical and fair. Which uses can be managed responsibly.
Thank you,
while
Brian.
protecting the land.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we have Lynn Calkins and then Michelle Blankenheim.
Good evening, I'm Lynn Calkins, and mine is a continuation of Bob Freshman's discussion, and so I will start where he left off. Discussing the issues of what happens when mountain bikes are used in the park is well documented at Bob and Crystal Riley Park. There were numerous adverse interactions with the bikes. We found out the mountain bikers ignored the rule to use only one side of the park and quickly dominated the trails throughout the park. The hiker and equestrian groups stopped using the trails due to serious safety issues and only returned after bikes were not allowed at the park. The Heritage Trails Committee requested time at the March 2026 board meeting to make a presentation regarding the appropriate use of trails at Bob and Crystal Riley Park. This request was denied by the board president, Jim McMaster. The reason for the resignations from the Trails Committee was due to refusing to hear input to be involved in trails planning activities. It's unfortunate that one board member posted on their social media account incorrect information about the resignations. Board member Jason Fields requested to make a presentation at the April board meeting to present the option to develop a mountain bike specific designed park in the district that would provide an excellent solution. Again, board member Jim McMaster denied his request. That's I think Michelle's going to continue. Is that right, Michelle?
Keep going.
Keep going. Bob feels that Jim McMaster has abused his power as board president by not allowing legitimate presentations from both the CPRD, Heritage Trails Advisory Committee, and board member Jason Fields. Clearly, this is his way to shut out legitimate concerns from being heard. Bob has been a strong supporter of CPRD over the last few years. He's spent time and energy at CPRD Heritage Trails Advisory Committee. He's helped to plan and develop the current trail mapping project and contributed many volunteer hours at Bob and Crystal Riley Park. He's deeply disappointed in the actions taken by the board president, Jim McMaster, to potentially penalize the larger user groups, hikers and equestrians, who together...
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michelle, correct?
Michelle Blankenheim in
Thank you.
district, yeah. Continuing for Bob Freshman.
Are you in district, out of district?
In district.
Okay, thank you.
Is it working?
Get closer to your mic.
Okay. Continuing for Bob Freshman, he has been a strong supporter of CPRD over the last few years, spent time and energy on the Heritage Trails Advisory Committee. He's deeply disappointed in the actions taken by the board president, Jim McMaster, to potentially penalize the largest user group, which are the hikers and equestrians, who together would represent at least 95% of in-district users. These decisions prioritize a small user group, the mountain bikers, who create serious safety and environmental concerns. For this reason, I asked for Jim McMaster to resign from the board of directors for CPRD. He is clearly not acting in the best interest of people who deserve a safe place to visit. He is catering to a small group that he belongs to, potentially putting others in danger. Bob also believes that it's time to increase media coverage of the actions listed above so that there are no more hidden dealings from CPRD board and staff, and that this information is transparent to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Wendy Sanderson and then Carol Dinger on board, please.
Hi, Wendy Sanderson, in district. I am a very long-time resident of Parrot Mountain, and I'd like to just make sure that all the board members know that the original name of Parrot Mountain is Wild Horse Mountain. It is a mountain of horse poo. That is what you're cycling on. So if you have a problem with horse poo, you're not in the right environment. Separate from that, I am not a horse girl. I am not a cyclist. What I am is a lover of our wildlife. Newburgh cares about its wildlife, and it cares about it a lot right now after we just watched that little bear. Those bear live on our mountain. I have intimate experience with how cyclists treat our mountain. They go by my house all the time. They go by screaming at each other, yelling. It is extraordinarily disruptive. It's disruptive to the wildlife that live on my property. It's disruptive to my dogs. It's disruptive to my family. We hear it inside my house. I just stood on the street for about an hour. with a sign. And I'll tell you, the number of thumbs up and waves I got was extraordinary, including from the fire department. That mountain is one of our last preserves that CPRD can steward. If you turn it into a mountain bike track, you've lost that. It impacts the wildlife. I have heard no studies, no comments, no experts paid $10,000 looking at what your plan will do to the wildlife. Newburgh loves its wildlife. I am going to echo the call for Jim to resign. Jim, I feel like you have approached this in a wholly biased way. I do not feel like our comments have any value to you whatsoever. When I hear you interact with people between the sessions, it is rude, it is disrespectful, it is demeaning,
You
and
know,
it is
I appreciate your
Thank
input.
you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Carol Dinger, and on board is Roger Kaufman.
I'm Carol Dinger, and I live on Parrot Mountain for the last 30 years. I'm here representing the Lad Hill Neighborhood Association as co-president. I will refer to it as LHNA as I talk. I'm reading excerpts from a letter we wrote to the board on May 12th in response to our letter dated March 25th. In that letter, we urge CPRD to continue the wise policy of not allowing mountain bike access on the existing equestrian pedestrian trails of Crystal Riley Park. There were questions regarding boundaries and activities of LHNA, as well as CPRD's interest in best preserving the area's residents and visitors of Crystal Riley Park. Well, we are the visitors and the residents of Crystal Riley Park. We are the ones that live there. So we are the ones that are affected by this decision. This is our neighborhood. LHNA includes over 650 households. All of Crystal Riley Park, east of Parrot Mountain Road, is in the LHNA boundary, including the farmhouse and the building complex. The LHNA area of Parrot Mountain has over 100 years of history, functioning as one rural farming, forested community located between the incorporated cities of Wilsonville, Newburgh, and Sherwood. State land use statutes require public access, engagement, and input when local land use and planning issues are considered, like this. Your request for more information whether or not there should be any commitment from CPRD to consider the Riley property a donation or gift and to its intended use, we refer you to CPRD's own press release of October 2013, which states the Crystal Riley Foundation donated over $6 million worth of land in exchange for $280,000 to pay off legal fees and house loan.
Carol,
Not only will the equestrian community return to the trails it had previously enjoyed, Crystal Riley Park will
Thank
be a
you so
scenic
much.
nature park with trails including equestrian trails.
Thank you.
So we have Roger up next, and then we have Sylvia up after that. If you could please make sure you tell us when you speak if you're in district or out of district, it'd be great. So we have Roger? No? Okay. And then we have Sylvia up now, thank you, with Rebecca Wallace on board.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Cantus. I am not in district, but I go to the park often. And I know for a long time there's been a lot of argument about the safety of mixing horses and bikes and hikers and bikes. And you cannot possibly believe it's safe at this point, so I won't belabor that anymore. What I will talk about is the donation from the Rileys of this fabulous resource and their intent for it. The intent for it was for it to be rural, for it to be calm, for it to be wildlife, for it to be agricultural. And in no way do mountain bikers fit that bill. Mountain bikers want someplace they can go fast. They want someplace they can have switchbacks and excitement and see who can beat who and yell at each other as they're doing it. And the whole The whole vibe of mountain biking does not fit the gift. It was not intended to have a shooting range. It was not intended to have people playing mud wrestling out in the middle of the trails. There are a lot of things that might be legal that were not directly forbidden. They didn't say there couldn't be bikes. They said what there wanted to be, what it should be like. And bikes are not like that. Show me the bikers that go out on mountain bikes and want to go 4 or 5 miles an hour in silence. And then we've got something to talk about. But you won't find any mountain bikers that want to ride like that. That isn't their thing. There are plenty of places under consideration that would be ideal for them. There's no reason at all to split the park just to accommodate them so we're inclusive. If we're going to do that, I want to ride my horse on the golf course. I've got just as much right.
Thank you. Okay, we get all the applause. I kind of talked about that earlier, trying to treat people fairly all the way around. So Rebecca Wallace and then Lauren Pfeiffer is next, please. Rebecca Wallace is up.
Waiting for my timer. My name is Rebecca Wallace. I'm kind of winging it a little bit today. First of all, the agenda, that's set by, I'm pretty sure, Jim McMaster, along with the superintendent. So if it's too long and that's a problem, you should be changing that and making sure that it's correct and not going to be a disaster with how long it's going to be. Anyway, I'd also like to mention that your actions and the way that you are talking to people tonight is condescending and rude, and it just keeps getting worse with each meeting when you don't like how many people are here. It shows in your body language, and it shows in the way that you talk to people and the way you come across during meetings. So that's constructive criticism for you. Anyway, I don't agree with tenants getting free utilities. In the example tenant lease agreement, you have employees that are going to be, or even whoever's living in it, getting utilities paid for by the CPRD. I want to talk about that. I had to do kind of my own calculations. Over the last 22 to 23, 24, 25, and 26, CPRD has paid over $275,000 in utilities for people living on CPRD properties for free. The Cultural Center, they $31,000 in just, I think it was Northwest Natural over the last 2.5 years. And you know what? They don't do any revenue sharing. They get to keep $1.6 million in like the last two years ago on their CT12. And we get nothing from them. So CPRD taxpayers should not be paying for their utilities. That is ridiculous, and you need to reevaluate the lease agreement between CCA and CPRD, because the taxpayers don't deserve the railroading that they got from the attorneys that worked here in that time frame. Also, the American Legion is listed in the packet as receiving time in a meeting space, and I think it's disrespectful to say that they get a meeting space with dedicated space, because they have to roll their flags out, have their meeting, and then put their flags back, and they only get to use that meeting space 2, maybe 4 times a month for like 2 or 3 hours. They
Thank
don't
you so
get
much.
that space like everyone else does
Appreciate it.
for free.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren Pfeiffer, and then Carl Dinger is on board. Thank you.
Lauren Pfeiffer, I'm here tonight representing Crystal Riley Park Equestrians, an in-district nonprofit. I'm going to speak tonight about accountability and also about this letter that's in your packet from our attorney. So again, tonight I'm speaking about accountability. CPRD is a special district, and as you know, and everybody asks, like, well, let's get the county involved, let's get the state involved, let's get the city involved. No, taxpayers elected you, and only you, to act as stewards of public land and public trust. That matters deeply for Bob and Crystal Riley Park. It's not just another park. It's a century farm with deep agricultural heritage and Oregon history, and decades of successful horse and hiker use. So the legal documents transferring this land specifically reference, as a number of people have said, horseback trail riding facilities, corral arena, and other riding facilities. Your own former superintendent recently testified that horses were always intended to be part of this park. CPRD's own press release described Riley as a scenic nature park with equestrian trails. So last week, our attorney formally notified your legal counsel that efforts to prohibit or materially restrict horses on any portions of this property raised serious legal concerns regarding donor intent and obligations tied to the transfer of this land. I want to be respectful tonight, but also very clear. As you've heard, many in this community are prepared to hold this district accountable if those obligations are ignored. This has never been about excluding anyone. Everyone can enjoy this park. I don't know how that became a narrative, but everyone can go. It's about preserving this unique identity and intended purpose of this land. CPRD itself recently prohibited bikes at Ewing Young because of conflicts. We've learned this already. CPRD should instead consider focusing its limited public funds, staff efforts, and resources on overdue maintenance on existing parks. I've heard many of you say, let's take care of what we already have. So tonight I ask you, what legacy do you want this board and each of you personally to leave behind after your board service?
Lauren, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I need one more sentence, Jim. It's 3 minutes on the website. At a minimum, will you be prudent with CPRD's liability exposure and public funds? More importantly, will you honor the history, the donor intent, and the overwhelming testimony from park users asking to preserve this park? Or will you vote in favor of a divisive issue, perhaps a politically motivated vote, that was already decided just a few years ago, fracturing community trust despite no meaningful change in facts or circumstances?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Be accountable.
Thank you. Okay, Carl Dinger, you're up, and Ryan Reinhofer, you're on board, please.
Hi there, my name is Carl Dinger, and yes, I'm in district. We've lived near the park for 30 years, and I am totally winging it tonight. I do not have a horse, and I do not ride horses. I do, however, have bicycles, and several of them, as a matter of fact. And the other thing I really, really like is walking with my family in a woodland setting, enjoying nature. I can't think of two less compatible things than mountain bikes and a nature hike. Now, I have a nephew who is a world-class mountain biker, and I'll tell you what they like to do. They want to go fast. They love mud. They love carving turns. They like catching air. It's totally incompatible with pedestrians and horses. And so, anyway, that's what I wanted to say. My wife asked me to read the last part of hers, and she said that although CPRD may claim it can do whatever it wants to the park property, the foundation's donation was made specifically to preserve the property for farm, nature park, equestrian, and hiking trails, and the historical educational purposes. Any action by CPRD that puts at risk the acknowledged donation and its intended use is a betrayal of public trust. And so I just want to encourage you to do the right thing. You know this doesn't work together. Okay, you know that bikes and pedestrians don't mix. I was riding my bike one day and there was a 3-year-old girl on the sidewalk. I couldn't stop. I had to crash to avoid to hit him. Imagine what you're doing when you're coming down the mountain at not 7 miles an hour, more like 20 miles an hour. Okay, these
Carl,
two don't
thank you.
go.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Ryan Reinhofer next, and then Steve Paulson is on board.
Well, this needs to go up. Brian Reinhofer, in District Parrot Mountain, and I'm going to paraphrase because I thought we had 3 minutes, but now we have 2. I want to take a moment to highlight an irony that speaks directly to why our mission at Riley matters. Last November, one of your very own board members, now suggesting changes to Crystal Riley Park, Brandon Slider, spoke passionately to protect his own personal neighborhood park, Friends Park. He reacted to the removal of trees, damage to plant life, a fence that would alter the character of his local green space. In his own words, via public record email, which I have a copy of, on November 18th, 2024, and I quote, "If this project moves forward and destroys our park forever, we will demand the resignation of the CPRD board over this scandal." Pause on that for a moment. How ironic. Mr. Slider demanded when his own personal neighborhood was threatened. If damage over loss of character warranted the strongest response in that case of just 5 acres, Surely they warrant no less at Riley. Riley Park has long served as an agricultural, horse trail, and natural space to thousands of visitors for decades. Recently, Mr. Slider posted on his social media that he will vote to add bikes back to Riley. How can he blatantly overlook all the testimony, the lack of survey from the $10,000 expert that builds mountain bike parks, and all the safety concerns when his backyard project intended to provide much needed new housing that was proposed, that safety concerns were acknowledged? Very ironic. Without hiring a paid consultant, no doubt. Additionally, he claimed that there should be no new land acquisitions, yet he applauded when CPRD paid for his pet project for $125,000.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Steve Paulson, please, is up, and Cricket, is it Dixon? Yep. Is next.
Steve Paulson, the Greens, Chehalem Glen. First of all, congratulations to the newly elected Yamhill County Commissioner, Jason Fields. Well earned and well deserved. All glory to God. What else is left to be said about keeping bikes off of Crystal Riley Park forever? What else is left to be said about a former cockroach-infested triple-wide clubhouse at Chehalem Glen Golf Course and the wasting of time and resources on hardworking people wanting to improve the property and build a new legit clubhouse? Nothing and everything at the same time. I was done coming to these meetings until a friend sent me the following Instagram story written by Director Slider. Let me read what he wrote and put out for the whole world to see. Ryan, quickly, I don't have time to read the whole thing, but I'll read one thing. It's all here, the receipts, everything. Brandon, I don't know where you're getting your advice, but I'd run the other way. Quote, for me, this means ending the bike ban at Riley Park and enacting safe trail designations instead of arbitrarily banning taxpayers from the land they pay for. You made a mistake by putting that out there. As a board member, you should know better. I don't know who's giving you advice, Brandon, but I would do the opposite in the future. You should not be putting your personal opinion out there when you know good and well how polarizing these topics are to this community and that you are one of 5 votes. CPRD has received roughly 370 emails, 345 to keep bikes off of Crystal Riley and 33 for the bikes. What does that tell you? What are we doing? You've galvanized the hikers and equestrians of all ages and generations, including those of us that don't even have horses. Now we are stronger than ever and will not go down without a victory. You're all on notice for that. I've said it before and I'll continue saying it again. Keep bikes off of Crystal Riley Park or vote on it now and be done with it. You just continue to kick it down the road. It's such a waste of time. That's how you end up with 400-something pages. Don't worry, Jim, I'm watching the clock.
Good job.
Go to the back 9 at Chehalem Glen. Go look at the sadness of that pond and the wildlife. There's fishermen out there, teens, 4 of them nightly casting. They're going to get typhoid fever. Take care of what you have.
Okay, we'll now have Cricket and then Tina Ramsey after that, please.
Okay, I'm Cricket Dixon. My house is out of district, my well is in district. So this concerns me. So Crystal Riley Park's been there for a while, and before that there were a lot of people there, but I will tell you, the park is nice for feet. People feet, dog feet, horse feet. Bicycles don't fit in this thing safely. I've ridden horses for 70 years, and it's a dangerous thing to ride horses. Bikes and horses do not get along. Bicycles and horses get along kind of okay. The hikers and the kids and the dogs are out in this park when I see them. It's just a bad mix. And I think it leaves those people who have lived here a long time with a really bad feeling about the CRPD and the actions you take towards this, and a little bit of favoritism. And my well is in there. How many of the bicycle riders are in district? How many have wells there? And they can ride on the roads, and there's a problem with them riding on the roads too fast. Parrot Mountain, somebody rode into the river the other day. No, I just would like to see it be honest, and be honest with what the intent of having the Riley Park was 40 years ago. That's, you know, we need to do it something that's right. Keep what was good about our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Tina, thank you.
Well, I was going to help out with something else, but I'm going to fly by the seat of my pants too. And one thing I wanted to bring up that I don't think we've heard enough about is the environmental impact study that CRPD paid $220,000 for. There's always a lot about, oh, we bought the property, but you know, CRPD has spent way more money on studies, and I've heard very little about the environmental impact study and about the Crowell Creek headwaters. And I've been talking since 2013 about fixing the water problem that goes down to what they call the waterworks on the west side, that now is full of ruts from CRPD, whoever's driving their Bobcat or whatever down there. There are state regulations that are listed at the end of the environmental impact study and that refer to the things that CRPD would have to make sure that they looked at, and they're not county laws, but they're state laws. And there's a lot of environmental impact that I've seen happening. Crowell Creek, actually when the trails were developed on the east side, there was a lot of environmental impact that shouldn't have happened, I was told, because Crowell Creek was running red. So in the invasive species, another problem, it's been 12 years, 13 years now, and we still have a lot of poison oak, poison ivy, Scotch broom trails, a small portion of trails that are not accessible. And I just like to see or hear about what's happening with this whole environmental impact. What's being done about it, and where, you know, there's $220,000. They said it was $280 that they paid for it. Well, we know that was nobody sells it, you know. That was to pay off loans and litigation and finish things up. But anyway, that's my big deal, is that I think there's a lot we could do with, and we've already spent money on it. And I think sometimes I wonder what's going on between the horses and the bikers, this whole, that we know it was for.
Thank you so much.
And feet.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you for those that spoke tonight, appreciate it. One thing that we have done to make a change is that we looked at our staff who were basically waiting here through the whole meeting to give the staff reports. So what we're gonna do now is we're moving them up on the agenda so they don't have to sit through an entire meeting and listen to this board talk. So
Before we move on to the next agenda item, can I just ask if we have any on Zoom that are
Okay.
waiting to make a public comment?
sorry, do we?
Sure. I don't know. Richard, could you have a look online and let us know if we have anyone that would like to make a public comment that hasn't had a chance to? I do not see any hands raised based on what Richard is showing me.
Okay, well, if you want to go through the staff how you would like. Go ahead.
Okay. So this next item with activity reports, Julie, why don't you go ahead and start, and then we'll hand it over to Brian.
Okay, my name is Julie Peterson. I am the Special Services Supervisor here at CPRD. And so for those that don't know, that's anything that is paid for, any kind of transaction-based fee activity. It includes the registration desk, youth sports, adult sports, the markets, what else? The golf course, and I really love working for CPRD, so I would like to add some positive up here. Because as a staff member, to be quite honest, it's very, very difficult to sit through meetings like this because our staff works so hard. And unfortunately, we are kind of the ones that are paying the price for all of this. And I'm really disappointed. As a CPRD employee, you know, we don't make a lot of money, but we really care about our community, and we really care about service. And we are a very lean staff, and everyone works just so tremendously hard. And unfortunately, you know, when things happen like this, it's not seen in the community. So I just want to make sure that I talk about that because it's all the people that work here, really, really great people. They're tough people. And I just thought that was a plan, but I just wanted to mention that. I wanted to talk a little bit about the reception desk. So if anybody has visited the Chehalem Aquatic Center, I wanted to let you know that there were 16,970 visits in April. that was pretty exciting. We are full with reservations for the summer, so we're excited to see those kinds of things, to see a lot of rentals that are in our parks. I think Casey, you're going to talk about Jaquith a little bit. Is that right? Okay. Let's see. So the first thing I want to talk about the aquatic center a little bit first. I got to start over. Let's see here. Bear with me. I got all my stuff out of okay. So obviously the aquatic center, very, very busy place, but we have a wet side and we have a dry side. And so the wet side, so the competition pool and the leisure pool has been very busy as well. They had, I want to say like 8,250 visits just on the wet side. It's a lot of people coming through that facility. We have the George Fox physical therapy class, which 80 students there came on April 8th to practice therapy in the pool, which is great. So things maybe some things that you wouldn't think about, some community partners. It was a great event. We helped to learn them, or we helped them learn that the water can help with physical therapy. That was great. We've purchased a lot of new equipment for our fitness studio and our Water X classes, and our aquatic coordinators and our aquatic team just received a $32,000 grant for that equipment. So we're really proud of that.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes.
I'm a staff. I'm staff.
3 minutes. That's what we're given.
So public participation is over.
3 minutes.
That's not how it works.
I know.
Okay. So anyway, in the sports department, I just wanted to mention that we also received an $8,000 grant from the Austin Foundation, which will match our $8,000 contribution for a total investment of $16,000 for new volleyball equipment at Chehalem Valley Middle School. Another great community partner. We couldn't do it without them. In our track and field program, we have 125 kids, and the youth kids practice alongside the high school kids, and they get the advantage of having high school coaches. It's a wonderful, wonderful activity for our community and for those kids. They get to know the high school coaches, and the high school coaches get to know them. Let's see, in partnership with Newburgh High School, we are offering little kid lacrosse programs in addition to our youth lacrosse programs. It's called the Fiddlestick program. We have little kindergarten through second grade kids out on the field, the Newburgh High School field on Saturdays, enjoying lacrosse and learning how to play. I did want to mention too, I just talked about CPRD employees, but I want to mention that a lot of kids in our community, we are their first job. We employ them. So the majority of our staff are part-time staffers, and so we get the opportunity to work with them and to teach them and actually to learn alongside them too, because we learn a lot from them. I did want to mention that in the sports program, just in the spring, we employ 30 youth officials, and they are learning so much, and hopefully, receiving some skills that they can use in future jobs as they get older. Our recreation department is amazing. Our cheer programs are going well. We have youth gymnastics taking place right now. We have Minecraft education at the elementary schools after school. That's kind of a STEM provided activity. In April, our recreation program put on the Camellia Festival and the Camellia Run. We had over 513 runners, so that was fun. And we brought back the festival, and it's really neat to see people in the community and outside the community come. We have summer childcare that's getting underway, and we have people registering for that. It's going to be at Crater this year. Our Meals and Wheels program at the Senior Center, we served 1,936 hot meals in the month of April. We served we dropped off 467 frozen meals. So we really appreciate our volunteers. And our staff there, they also do home visits. We really appreciate that, and it's a very valuable service in our community. Newburgh Catalyst, one of the high schools here, I don't know if you're familiar, but They have a group of students that made the senior center their class project for community building, and they've been coming to visit and volunteer on Wednesdays. They were a part of our volunteer appreciation for our volunteers at the senior center, and that was really fun. We had some board members come and participate, and it was nice to see them. Our Chehalem Glen Golf Course has been very, very busy, and we do have, talking about animals and bears and stuff, we do have some bobcats out there that we've had some pictures taken of recently. And we have, let's see, we have we already had 2 tournaments, but we're pretty packed with tournaments this year. And we have a junior PGA course that, or some camps that Kellen Saskin is putting on for our kids. They're full. I wanted to end, I wanted to end a little bit by talking about grants, because our staff, we have jobs. We don't have a grant writer. So everyone is really putting in the effort, taking classes and learning how to prepare grants. And so just in the last month, we have received $32,000 for the Aquatic Center, numerous grants for the Senior Center, $8,000 for the volleyball. We received a $5,000 for AEDs for the kids in our community and people who visit our fields and our courts. And then we just found out, finally, that we received a $1 million grant for Bonnie Benedict Preschool. So, anyways, I just wanted to put a positive spin on that. Nobody, everyone leaves before we get a chance to talk about that. So if anybody has any questions or wants to volunteer or wants to, to join us, we would really appreciate that.
I appreciate you going outside the box and not just using taxpayers' money to fund these things. I know it's tough to get grants. I know how much time it takes. So thanks you and the staff that helped you with that. That's awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Julie, so much.
Hey, Brian.
Hi, Brian Stewart, Park Supervisor. We're the kind of behind-the-scenes group or whatever, and we work fantastic with Special Service. I will stay under 3 minutes. It's just the way I roll, but unless the board has more questions or whatever. But some of the highlights of what we're working on are we started installation and planting and design at the Sonder Estate. Huge project that we have going on. If you're not familiar with it, it's our latest park we're developing out in Dundee on 5th Street. So we're very excited about that. It's really coming together nicely. There's a lot of work to still do. There's thousands and thousands of plants and trees and shrubs and wonderful stuff like that are going into that project. So we're very excited about that. The next thing we've done, some of the things we've done, we helped out with the Daughters of the American Revolution. We helped them place a really beautiful monument and worked with them hand in hand there in Memorial Park. If you haven't seen it, it's a really cool addition to one of our parks. That was a good thing to do. I felt really good about doing that. We've been helping with planting and decorations at the Camellia Festival. And that was a great community event, our 17th year doing that. It's a very cool community thing that comes together with the run and then all the cultural aspects that go with that. Also celebrating our city flower, for those of you that don't realize that, since 1949 in Newburgh, is the camellia. Used to grow a lot of them in this valley, believe it or not. And we carry on that tradition, and it's really awesome. And we actually, CPRD facilitated the naming and the registration with the American Camellia Society of City of Newburgh. So we have our own camellia too. And I like to tell that story all the time. We also hosted a large Arbor Day event up at Shad Park, and it was wonderful. All the volunteers that came out for that. We planted over 150 trees. It was a great community event up there, and that adds to the addition up there at the top of the plateau at Shad Park. Our sports field prep and going hand in hand with Julie's group there is at full swing. 7 days a week. Those fields are, we don't have enough fields, but The minimum staff we have bust butt annually, and they are definitely doing it this year too, and working at all those fields, as well as keeping up the parks, keeping up the trails, and all the facilities. So kudos to Julie for pointing that out. I don't do that enough myself, I think, of how wonderful our staff is. Helped out with the BMX, another fun project, the BMX group down at Ewing Young, who are fantastic, and did a bunch of planting around their starting booth that they have there. So that's a nice addition to Ewing Young too, beautifying that down there. Some of the side stuff we do is we have a grow operation because we are physically responsible, and it's not that grow operation. For the party with the senior center or whatever, that might work out just great, actually. But what we do is we grow, we buy stuff in for pennies on the dollar, our plugs and stuff like that, and we grow all our perennials, annuals up to size and then incorporate them in the district. And I think that's a wonderful addition to what we can do for with taxpayer money. And then the last thing we're working on, not the last thing, but is Spring Meadow Playground and Park. Is going to be another a project that's going to be wonderful and for the community. And we're looking to renovate over a 30-year-old structures over there and put a new shiny face on that park. Thanks.
Hey, Brian, real quick, are you going to have a volunteer planting out there at Sanders Park for folks?
We absolutely can arrange that with different groups, and we'll be advertising stuff like that to where people could come out and help. You bet.
Yeah, because it was so successful at Shaw, I think people would love to help you out.
Yep, there's definitely going to be that opportunity.
Great.
Thanks for all you do, Brian.
Hey, thanks.
Kat, would you like to share?
Reminder, keep July 8th on your calendar for the official ribbon cutting ceremony of Sander Estate, our newest park in Dundee. Thank you.
Okay.
Your next item is consent agenda.
I know, I didn't know if
We have the.
if anybody else is online or wanted to talk, but yeah, that's
No
fine.
other items from staff for now.
Okay, I need to have someone make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move as so stated. I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, voice vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. We're down to action items and board comments now. And I'm going to read this resolution, and I'll need someone to approve it and second it. So, it is adopt resolution 2026-04, imposing and categorizing taxes for fiscal year 2026 through 2027. Adopt resolution 2026-05, approving the budget for fiscal year 2026/2027, and adopt resolution 2026-06, which approves appropriations for the fiscal year 2026 through 2027.
I'll make a motion as stated.
I second.
Okay, can we have a voice, could you call for a?
Director Fields moved, Director Smith seconded. Director Conan,
Aye.
Director Fields,
Aye.
Chairman McMaster,
Aye.
Director Slider,
Aye.
Director Smith.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have Chehalis Glen Golf Course Clubhouse Feasibility Study, and I will let that be introduced by our Superintendent, Clay.
And I will immediately pass it over to Casey to go ahead and give us an update. So he's going to give us an update on the deliverable that was given to us within the last month, or the deliverables.
Yes, the entire feasibility study was completed last week, and so it ended up in our board packet and was posted to our website. So it contains graphics from the architects, all the meetings that were incorporated within the project, and the development of the the area around the clubhouse and the amenities that it included. There are some financial feasibility figures within that document that the board needs to, I would like the board to look over for the next month or so. And the golf course committee is welcome to do that and make their recommendations to the board. I found it interesting that part of it showed that the clubhouse, along with some of the amenities, would pay for itself. It's just a matter of how do we finance it. And so we're looking into that part right now. The third 9 would make it if the clubhouse was there, but it wouldn't make it on its own. So there are some variables that need to be considered when doing any type of development on that project. So I will leave that up to the board to review and talk to me or Clay and make some comments, decisions. It's there for your use. It's a big number.
With that big number in mind, do you mind if I make a comment or two?
Sure can.
So the major components of the deliverables that we received included renderings and plan sets associated with an approximately 30% design. That means something that you could more or less take into a planning department, but wouldn't be ready for construction. The point of taking it that far into design is so that we get a reasonable estimate about what the build would be expected to cost. And so one of the other deliverables is we had an estimator, I was part of the subconsultants, and they provided an estimate associated with that design. And the reason it's important is you have to design it out so that you know what you're building for, what activities go into the structure and those sorts of things in a facility like this. And so it becomes a big bite, and I think that the cost that came up with what we heard from the community, heard from the Golf CAC during the presentation period, heard from the board, resulted in kind of a mid-sized clubhouse format that includes a full-size restaurant and would probably be modeled off of using a concessionaire in that space. So there's some of the major components, but it also includes an event pavilion that would be semi-enclosed. So it's not a fully conditioned space, but it's one that's got roll-up doors and those sorts of things. So it would be a big commitment. It would be a higher cost than we had projected in the past by a fair margin. I think it came in at approximately $10 million now. And if you apply inflationary costs, that would be a lot. So there's also a discussion in the feasibility study portion that talks about financing options, because that is not something we could do out of SDC fund and general fund. You probably need another financing option of some sort. And even better yet, if we could find some way to find private funds where we're not paying it all ourselves, show some level of commitment, that's something that we would be particularly interested in. But with where we are now with the capital projects that we have in the pipeline, this would be a challenge, and I don't know where the board thinks this fits into the priorities for the district. One of the things that I think about is that we've got strategic planning priorities that this board talked about over the last year, and some of those were about fixing the things we already have, reinvesting in those, evaluating to what extent they're performing. And our project pipeline right now, for what we have grants out for and what we have in the immediate queue, although we're really excited about having the grant for $991,000 from the state of Oregon for Bonnie Benedict, that is just another commitment of doing things. And you add to that the Rennie Field grants that we're doing in partnership with the school district. You add all the things that were going on now with Bob and Crystal Riley Park. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with what the study's going to recommend, what your board wants to do on access and those things. That's clearly its own issue. But we've got Sandra Estate being built. We've got Jakewith being finished. That timeline of construction after construction after construction is going to significantly deplete our SDC fund. And so we're really not going to have a lot for new development. And as we talked about during the budget hearings, we're already at a place where our capital budget is cannibalizing some of our general fund that our departments count on. And all those activities that Julie mentioned in her activity report and all of the good things that Brian mentioned in his, those are the ones that are getting cannibalized. Those good things where we have tons of students doing, or youth doing sports, where we have tons of people going in and out the doors at the aquatic center, people playing tons of golf, people going to the senior center, all these good things that are really the things that we spend all our time on. So we would ask from staff, we're hoping that You'll give some thought to what this feasibility study means, the approaches that you think we might use if we want to proceed with this, and that you let your citizen advisory committee dig into this and report back to you with some advice. Now, if you have specific things you hope they will do, we have at least 2 members in the crowd staring at you in the front row. So I'm pretty sure they can hear you. But if you have things that would help you or help give them an idea of what would be helpful for you in the decision-making process, that would be great. One of the things that I've talked to a couple of the board members about is there are things that from our own business operations at the golf course that we can see from that study. We need to dig into the number of comps in our POS system, break those up so we better understand why they're happening and why they're so high. We need to understand why the consultants characterized our annual pass program as generous, and if that's good, too good, okay, all those things. We need to look at our pricing and our operations, make sure that our structure is the way that it should, and also there's some really interesting things in there about the traffic we see. We are at maximum bursting at the seams capacity, particularly in July, but really all summer. And so if you think about it in terms of supply and demand and what we're doing, I mean, it is hard to run a facility when you're bursting at the seams. It's hard to staff it, it's hard to equip for it, it's hard to not have your motors and equipment run over hours. So those sorts of things. So we're not asking you to take any action tonight. We frankly recommend you don't, but it would be good to hear what you all thought of that first review and to say it loudly so your CAC members can hear it and perhaps report back to you.
Folks?
So this, the big chunk number, the 10.6 million, I think is the, after inflation and so forth. That includes, also redoing the driving range, I'm assuming.
The driving range cover, the putting greens, the cart barn facility.
Yeah.
And the driving range is about, I have it in front of me, it's like 600.
And improvements to the roadways and the parking lot and improvements around the entire area, basically.
So are there any pieces in that number that can be removed and done in stages? Or, I mean, obviously parking lot has to be done with it, you know, some things we know are a certain, but is there any way to stage some of this if that would make it more palatable for getting a bond or no?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, certainly you could delay. The thing being is that you want the revenue from the improvements
Right.
to help fund the clubhouse.
Yeah.
So really, it's a cat and mouse game.
Yeah.
You better to do it all at one time, and so that you can recover faster.
One of the things from some of the presentations that were done by the consultants as we went through this is, for example, the driving range would be one that'd be easy to do later, but that was supposed to pay for itself in about 2 years.
Yeah.
So using that as an example of return on investment, that would be an almost silly one to stage to a later time because you're paying for the big stuff that has a hard time paying for itself and you're deferring the thing that has an easier time paying for itself. But that doesn't mean we couldn't, and we look at some things like, to me, the cart barn facility had a pretty big chunk in there too. That's about 10% of the cost, so that would be a thing to consider. Are there cost savings that could be happening there? But again, having the board look at that or asking your CAC to have a look at, are there reasonable things that could be phased but that don't compromise that return on investment turnover?
But the existing cart barn's across the street from where this would be, right?
Yes,
That's right.
it's a matter of having the staff to run carts over.
Right.
So, which becomes a staffing issue.
Right. Okay.
A similar suggestion was made at one point related to the event pavilion component that's part of this. And the board could ask, or the CAC could ask, does the event pavilion really need to be there? Because maybe the whole building gets smaller, but at the same time, having one continuous roof line to do that event pavilion, it seems like it's likely to be a revenue-generating space. A revenue-generating space that would be a kind of a unique price point for people being able to do events. We do lots of events right now at the Armory. Things from family reunions to weddings to quinceañeras to other basically big events. And it's a pretty moderate price point for the community, so it ends up being a good service, in our opinion. And this might be able to do something similar to that, but at a new facility in a different side of town.
Hey, what's the problem with having people pick up the carts on the other side? They got to drive it over on the side anyway.
To open the clubhouse in the morning, you need to pull at least 24 carts over. That's,
Why can't they pick them up across the way?
Like the customers, right?
Yeah, why can't they just walk over there and go get their cart, drive
that's
over?
not,
I mean, well, for temporary, you know, for whether it's however long it takes, but they're gonna drive them across the street anyway.
thing about golf is convenience, and if you can't, if you gotta tell someone to go across, you need to go across
Let
the
me,
street.
hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna use this golf course if you guys gotta go pick up your golf cart across the street, and you get a new clubhouse?
Well,
Okay, there we go.
We can,
a visitor might not say the same thing.
we can evaluate it
Yeah.
and see if it's realistic. Because some of it has to do with how many staff do you need that morning.
How many dollars
Those
are we
sorts of things.
talking about for this part?
The
of
cart barn was estimated at $1 million.
just for the cart?
So 10%.
Other comments?
I'd like to see the golf course committee go through this with a fine tooth comb. I mean, okay, well, that's encouraging.
Totally.
You got time.
So Clay, I got a question for you. So when we're looking at these projects, whether it be Riley, whether it be the bike park, potential bike park, whether it be the golf course, whether it be new projects in the future, are you looking at this as a financial thing? Are we gonna lose money on this? Are we gonna make money? Are we gonna break even? Or are we just gonna spend money? Are you looking at those things?
I'm looking at it, and the Golf CAC should be looking at it. One of the things that I think is in here is that you got to study about the golf course operations. So the golf course clubhouse is a fine study to have, but our golf course operations study is another way to look at it. And so it's one of the things that I think we're going to be able to essentially audit ourselves, because we have a series of data that would be really hard to glean otherwise, and we'll be able to basically true things up. If you look at what our deficits have been year over year, and our basically the years that we operated in the black or the years that we operated in the red, there were years that we operated in the red, and that is not what we want for that golf course. So we need to be figuring out why that is happening and figuring out what we can do about it to make sure we're operating in the black every single year.
So when we start talking about operating in the black, and then we start looking at projects that we have, whether it be Rainy Field or wherever, and then we look at the trail that we want to build, where we're going to spend $15 million on potential bridges. Are we looking at that? How are we going to recoup those dollars?
So when we're talking about the golf course, I am talking about it differently, because that's intended to be cost recovery. Trails are never going to recover costs.
Yeah.
Never. And so it's a very different character. And then with Parks and Recreation, you have things that are all over that spectrum. And if the board wants to, we can talk about what the expectations are for those and for our various areas. We've talked about that a little bit as we've gone through. You guys have seen, we've talked about basically those cost recovery levels. And so we can talk about those whenever you want to. I don't think that we're here to do that tonight for all of those. But if that's something this board wants to have a discussion about, we can.
I just think it's really interesting when we start talking about spending millions of dollars, millions, so much more on anything else, and we're never going to get a dime back from it, ever. But then we're right now talking about $1 million for a place to store our carts.
You have an overflowing room filled with people that are here specifically for trails.
Yeah.
So
Well, I got that,
some
but
of
we
our
got-
most
we got
used
trails.
things
We
are
just gotta keep
are
them
trails, and that's something that is a service to the public, because one of the things is we typically think about special services having some level of cost recovery. It has to do with whether that benefit is relatively available to everybody, or if it's relatively specific to that particular user group, that special interest. And so if I have a scuba diving class going on in the aquatic center, they should probably pay full pop and maybe a little bit, because they're in the facility. We need to help pay for that. And the benefit they get is really specific. And this is kind of a philosophy behind how you run Parks and Recreation. We can decide how we're supposed to use those taxpayer funds. Any level of cost recovery that's below 100% is that increment is subsidy. And so that's where those taxpayer dollars are going in. And we can decide what that should be. Your board makes policies about what that should be. Playgrounds do not typically recover costs. Those are subsidized. But we know that one of the traditional roles for Parks and Recreation are playgrounds, open spaces, and just general spaces that are available to the public. But it is a thing, and those are expensive.
Does staff feel that they could come back in a month or two or something relatively soon with financing options, what that looks like, the bonds, if it's something that we even qualify for, and what like the yearly debt service would be for that.
We could come back with more information, likely not till July, and some of that has to do with what the agenda's shaping up like for next month. Also, we're not sure what the scheduling limitations are going to be for the CAC, and we'd rather not have staff get ahead of them. We'd like you to receive the CAC recommendations with any additional staff information or whatever we have. And we have reached out to our bond counsel that we've worked with in the past from SDAO Services. So we're hoping, I was hoping before this meeting we would at least get some tentative information. I haven't heard anything yet. Sorry about that. And, but we also asked them to basically take a look at this study and tell them what they think, not as an economist evaluating our operations, but as someone with bond counsel experience. What do they see for this?
So looking at this, I think you made the right call, Brandon, when you asked these folks to take a look again at the proposal that was turned into us. And if you guys could take your golfers and, you know, if I, not you, that's right. That's right, you're right. But anyway, and really kind of step outside the box and say, you know, what can we do differently here? Can we do anything differently here to cut the costs? Because when I'm looking at this, you know, if you go for a general obligation bond, that goes to the voters, and they decide. That's what we do with the Aquatic Center. Or you go to revenue bonds, and the revenue bonds, you know, number one, they're going to look at the golf course, and they're going to say, is this going to fund itself? Is this going to pay for the operation? And is this going to pay for the debt? And that's a hard one, the way things, I'm looking at the numbers right now for our current operation, and I'm not sure they would go, yeah, it's there. So we really need to look at maybe making some changes in our operation right now with the help of the board, because if you've got, I mean, the past administration here was very nice to folks on keeping things as inexpensive as possible and so on, and that didn't change. I think it's about to change, and so because of that, inflation has caught up with us. Employee costs have caught up with us. All these things have caught up with us, but the revenue has not caught up with that. So if you're giving out 6,548 comp rounds a year, we need to look at that. You need to help us look at that, and let's say, hey, and when the banks come and they look at the perspective, because that's what they're going to do, they're going to either say, yeah, we can fund this, or we're not going to touch it. So we need to look at that, because, I mean, it would be, and I talked about the course in Boise where they had a $3 million, because they had a $3 million donation to their golf course clubhouse initially, which is tough to get, I get that. But they also said, look, we're gonna loan this to you, the city of Boise is a little bigger than this park district, but we want it paid back in 10 years. 10 years, they said. So that was the city of Boise saying, if we're gonna let you build this. That's not here. But that's just some scenarios out there. But if you look at page 12 and 13, it kind of talks about finances, and we gotta make it work. You're gonna help us make it work.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to, I agree with what all the board members have said so far. I'd be curious about the CAC's opinion, and I would like staff to, I don't necessarily need a presentation on it next month, but be thinking about what would increased green fees look like. In the report we got, they talked about our green fees and did some modeling on that. So I'd be curious from the golfer's perspective, what are your opinions on increased green fees, you know, knowing the financials, and then what does staff think of that, and how that could ultimately benefit regardless of the direction we go on this project.
Anything else, board members? We're stepping, we're going, we're moving.
That's great.
Let's just hope we can find the funds. Staff, do you have anything else for them?
No. Just look carefully at it.
And it's really important for me, for the staff, sometimes you don't want to say things that people don't want to hear, but if you could just speak up and say, you know, these things need to be done, and some people may not like it, you know, but to make this successful, we may just have to do some of those things, so.
Yeah, I guess I could add one thing.
Okay.
Dawn when they built the golf course, they didn't really intend the golf course to make a lot of money. It was there for the community. It was there to promote youth golf. It was there to promote golf. It acted as an intermediary between the tax receipts from May and the tax receipts from November. So it helped fund the district throughout the summer months. They used to actually take a loan out to get the district through that period of the year.
Right.
The golf course fixed that because its major revenue is during the summer.
That included paying back the debt.
That included paying back the debt.
Okay. That's good to hear. All right, anything else? Appreciate you guys coming. You still have a report at the end.
We got a small spot.
I got a spot for him later on, yeah, so stick around. Nothing else on the golf course clubhouse? I'm glad to have this report. I wish it would have came quicker. That seems to be the problem with reports these days. Now we have an informational presentation from our superintendent related to caretaker and tenant agreement policy.
So this is a general update so that staff know how to move forward, but we wanted to, since it was brought up previously, daylight it, talk about it, make sure everyone's on the same page, and get some direction from the board. Be able to move forward with that. If you want us to go ahead and proceed with what we've been doing, we can execute agreements. If there's something specific that you're expecting us to do, as we do this, to make sure that we're doing it in appropriate ways, that's what we want to hear. So Richard should be bringing up some slides. There we go. Thank you very much. And so we'll just hop into this. I'm going to try and keep it pretty brief, but I can always go back through the slide deck if anyone wants to see anything. So one of the things that is highlighted in the board letter is a general overview about all the activities we do. And the reason that that was included was to highlight the breadth of activities, and what these properties are supposed to be doing is having either a tenant or a caretaker on there should be helping us get closer to our mission, help it fulfill it, and be to the district's benefit in some way. And if it's not doing that, then we shouldn't be doing it. And these agreements, whether it's a tenant agreement or a caretaker, the two main ones discussed, they should be, the district can do that. We can choose to use our resources that way to make our carrying out of our mission easier, should we choose to do that. So here I also highlighted in that board letter, highlighted our mission as well as the ORS statute that allows the formation of a district like ours. And then one of the other things that I had wanted to highlight for the board or for anyone that's interested in this topic is all the different things that park and recreation agencies traditionally do. And some of these are intuitive, everybody knows it, but not everyone is something. So to me, one of those is human services. Not everyone thinks about human services, but you could look at daycare as a human service all by itself. I hear highlighted that we host foot care services at the senior center because it's more of a health thing. That relates to one of our tenants though. So one of the tenants, I believe they have been here far longer than I have, is Fish. But so that is a human services driven thing. So if that helps us support the public by giving them a space, the district can consider doing that. But if that strategically is not part of us fulfilling our mission to the public, then maybe we shouldn't be doing it. Then highlighted a few of the comparisons here. The board letter goes through these items as well between why the caretakers and why tenants. For the caretakers, the intent is to make managing the entire property more cost effective. And one of the things that's talked about in the agreements and that we think about when we look at the caretaker agreements is that there are passive benefits or passive duties that they're doing for us, as well as active ones. So some of those active ones would be things like doing landscaping on the property, doing gate control at certain properties, maybe helping out with basically doing extra maintenance around BMX facilities or skate park or those sorts of things. Those passive duties tend to be ones more related to security, deterring vandalism, reporting things that look suspicious or are actively going on. For example, when we first put the caretaker down at Ewing Young Park, what's been shared with me is that we had active larceny going on where someone was going down, we believe it was the same person over and over again, and starting fires in the trees that are in the canopy at the edge closest to Blaine Street. Well, we were able to get a handle on that because we had someone on site and they were able to call PD anytime they were doing that. So all of a sudden the ability for someone to vandalize that property or do those sorts of things became much harder. And those people actively speak with PD. They've usually got their phone number. They talk to them. We had similar thing with our caretaker at Sander Estate. We had people that were bringing small quads out on the newly excavated property that we just had flat work done on, not even open yet. And we were able to get the person reported after that caretaker had tried to engage with them. It wasn't working, but then they were able to tell PD right away when they were there. And they were also able to engage with the neighbors that were nearby and say, hey, if you see something, let me know. And it's okay if you call someone or whatever. The park is not open, just give that information. So you've got a presence there. So we have a number of different things, and these are not all the agreements the district has in every shape and form. We have other things. We have IGAs. We have agreements with sports teams. We have facility use agreements, all sorts of things. But I wanted to give these that are typically a traditional tenant agreement or something pretty traditional as far as someone occupying a space for either exclusive or non-exclusive use. Typically a lease is for exclusive use in some form. We'll go over that a little bit. Our caretakers, which have a couple of different ways that they're working. What our attorney referred to as a license for agricultural use, but we would typically call a farm lease. And so that's a way that we do vegetation management on a number of properties. And then there's a few other agreements where someone, in this particular, they've got kind of first right or exclusive use on a space. And it might not be a lease where they're using office space, but it's something different. So I wanted to highlight those. And this isn't to say that these are bad or they should stop. They just are. But it's, again, it's something that in coming here and being one of the newer staff that we have, some of these are inconsistent on how they came about. Or it's not clear how they came about, and they've just been here for a long time. So here we're looking at the district office, not this building. We're sitting in the one shaped like a little stair-steppy triangle over on the left. The longer one that all the blue lines go to is our recreation building. You'll see on the north side of the building is Newburgh Fish. Noon Rotary has a storage space that's located towards the rear of the building at one area. It's basically a medium-sized closet. The Chamber of Commerce's Innovation Accelerator program is a tenant inside of basically about 2.5 office spaces. And then the American Legion has basically a medium-large closet. And then they also use the Falcon Crest room occasionally. That one's different in that they don't get charged for use of the room when they use it, but they're also not using it all the time. So we have other paid users that use it on a pretty regular basis when we have things. Yes?
Yeah, really quick, so the public knows, with Fish, because I was there when they came into the building, and we asked them, look, we'll give you the space, but we need you to pay for any improvements in your space, like a new roof or HVAC unit, or they put a refrigeration unit in, they put a scale in. They also now pay for their utilities in that space. So, we have a group that says, we appreciate the space and we'll give back as much as we can. So there's groups like that out there. I didn't see that in here, all that stuff, but that are in some of our facilities that are trying to cover the cost for us. So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up.
That going to that level of detail would have been inconsistent.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to
on
bring it up
these,
so people knew.
so I didn't do it. But one of the things I would highlight with that is that they have been a good tenant from that regard. Within the last 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years, they did about an $80,000 contribution to the roof and HVAC system on their side of the building. And they're not the only beneficiary to that. They are a beneficiary. They're a participant. So the templates that were shared in the board packet, one of the items there's base wage, which was 0 for almost all of the tenants except for, I think, one. And then there was additional rent. So that provision, that additional rent provision, that's what it's for. It's for those sorts of improvements where they're a beneficiary and they're expected to participate. So going on to another one, so we have our Armory Park and building. So you see we have Newburgh Area Habitat, which they have, I think it's closer to
500 square feet.
Is it 500 square feet? I thought it was more like 800. So we'll say 500 to 800 square feet. So they basically have about 2 rooms. They are in the building. They allow us to have the building open and available for the public to come in, to receive people, for us to program areas, but for them to keep an eye on the front door. So they're a tenant, but they're also doing something that feels a little bit like a passive activity that we would associate with caretakers. They've been there since about 2001. So that's been a pretty long-standing one. They pay a very small amount, I think it's $100 a month towards utilities as a contribution, almost like a utility service fee, which that's something that hearing the public comment that was made by Ms. Wallace, I mean, we could do something like that where it's just a flat fee. One of the reasons we don't charge utilities on a number of these agreements is because we have, a single meter. And so it's hard to break those out, but we can make some assumptions or projections and just have that as a flat fee or something like that in there.
They're
Would be-
paying per month a little bit.
They pay per month, but it's
Yeah,
it's
just a
in
little
kind of
bit.
recognition of a utility.
Right.
But we could just characterize it that way if that's what it's for, because it also, if you call it base rent and it's only $100, but then you have Freedom Church here is paying $4,000 a month, they're paying full thing. Now, Freedom Church came to us asking for space and it wasn't being used.
But that's exclusive use.
That's exclusive use, which would be why I mentioned the non-exclusive and exclusive use. So that's fairly different. They're the only ones using it. They do have a couple of carve-out provisions where they agreed to make sure that I think it's the Quilt Club, the Quilters Club could continue using the space, because they've been using it for I don't know how long. And also that Safety Town would use the parking area that's over there that's striped specifically for Safety Town, which is one of our longstanding programs. 2010 North Blaine Street, we have two tenants in here. This initially started with NDC, who's a partner with several of the programs in downtown, but it's not a developed park. There's no public access, so the two entities have exclusive use together. We don't do anything else. The Waterwise lot, which is what you see, the parking lot area, that's not part of the parcel. We just have the house that's featured there. So it's a relatively small property. But NDC partners with us on the Wednesday markets, annual Christmas tree lighting, and generally focuses on downtown activities. But theirs is more of a downtown merchant association representation. That's more of the sort of organization they are. And then Taste Newburgh is doing tourism promotion. They're not necessarily promoting parks and recreation per se, but we know that there's a lot of connections. Julie is an ex officio on their board because a lot of the visitation that happens in our area is related to our facilities. So it's related to things like Chehalem Glen Golf Course. It's related to youth sports and those sorts of things. So these are both unusual tenants and relationships. So getting feedback on this would be valuable if you have thoughts on it. But those have, again, been there for a while. And my understanding that some of those were promoted by a former board member who is very invested in downtown. And so it's a question of what our role is with our downtown spaces. So now we're going to, I think if this is more of a traditional caretaker setup, we're going to go through some of the caretaker ones. So I'm highlighting here some of the various amenities that are at the park as well as the caretaker residence. So the other ones I've just shown where the tenants are. So we're at Ewing Young Park. We've got a dog park. We've got a park shelter and playground. We've got a skate park facility and a BMX facility. And then clustered all right in the center of all that stuff is the caretaker residence. And so that would be one where there are a lot of things going on. And those passive benefits associated with someone being on site, that feels like that's to the benefit of the district. And so this is something that has worked pretty well for us. I would say it's occasionally been a bumpy road from what I've heard. Occasionally you get a caretaker and you don't manage that relationship well, you don't do that sort of thing. That could go poorly. If the board wants to continue having caretakers managing our properties, my suggestion would be that we do so by formalizing that as part of, at a minimum, putting it in our employee handbook as an employee program. And we administer that. We do at least annual inspections and those sorts of things. And again, if the board's got feelings about the right way to do things like utilities or consumables, I'm open to hearing those and we'd be happy to incorporate them.
Clay, what are we doing? What are we doing just to make sure that they're actually doing something?
They're all active employees, so we actually go out to the property, we can see it. Is Brian still here? Brian, did you want to speak to that or say how you kind of keep an eye on the caretakers? That'd be helpful, so thank you.
Public speaking. It's part of it's all part of the employee type thing, Jason. In terms of we minimum every 6 months we go into the house, check out the property, but I see it daily, weekly, whatever, that they're maintaining and doing what they need to do. And there are specific duties that I assign that they do either on weekends or after hours, and that is a big plus for the district. And they are earning that back, tenfold by doing that.
Can I ask a question? So we have I think we own a piece of property that's right next to your, it's a white house right off Wilsonville Road. Do we own that house? Is there anybody in that house? It's right next to where your grow operation is.
That's the caretaker's house, and the golf superintendent resides in that house,
Okay.
and he's accountable for doing the same thing after hours, if there is such a thing for a golf superintendent, of maintaining the grounds.
I don't know that, I mean, I don't want to pick on any particular person.
Sure.
But that particular property, when I drive by it, it looks like the blackberries are growing into the house.
I'd beg to
And so-
differ. If you, I haven't seen you since you took your signs down, but if you go by there lately, it's pretty clean.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
And that could
it's up
be-
to my standards, but I mean, whatever.
Okay, okay.
But,
Thanks, Brian.
No offense, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You know, the one thing I'm concerned about with the houses is that if we leave one of our properties empty, it just invites a problem.
For sure.
And so we need to, however we decide to do this, we need to make sure that we keep those surveillance so we don't have a problem.
Right, and I think that's part of why this has existed traditionally, is to keep staffing, or basically make it so staffing does not escalate to deal with vandalism and other sorts of problems. So I think that's where it's come from, but also not every district chooses to manage their properties this way. So we don't have to do it that way. There are pros and cons to any different approach that you choose to take.
What's the, real quick, if we were just to say, okay, we're not gonna put employees or caretakers in there, we're just gonna rent it. How does that change the dynamics as far as taxes
It would
and so on?
become taxable quickly.
And that could affect the district too.
It would, well, one, it would affect our status for that property, where we might have the property, we'd have to pay property taxes on that, because that would be
Right.
considered different from our tax exempt purpose. The way, when we consulted with SDAO, so Special District Association of Oregon, as well as our local attorney, they said that we have the ability to do this as long as it is benefiting the district in the way that we manage our properties. And that by doing it so that it's in lieu, which was specifically coming from our advisor with SDAO, is we're creating an in lieu situation with those employees, and our attorney drafted the agreement so that they're considered a supplemental employment agreement. So they still get to have their employment, and that's unaffected by the job. So if they choose not to be a caretaker anymore, we still can have them as employee, they can continue working for us, but there's an agreement that gets put into place on what they're expected to do in order to receive that. And if they start failing on that, then that agreement can be terminated.
So you're
We
gonna
can
go
terminate it
month to
anytime
month?
anyway, but,
You're gonna do a month to month on these agreements.
well, it depends on how you would want to do it. We don't expect to do it month to month, but there is a provision that's a 30-day eviction if you
Okay.
choose to evict
Well, that's
someone.
fine.
So then we have Sanders State, so we're seeing that not develop. Now there's a bunch of lovely arcing pathways through the open space in there, as well as a little restroom on a hill, and a splash pad and all sorts of other things. But this is generally where it's sited. This would be one where the caretaker went in while the property was vacant, because any vacant property is subject to vandalism. And the intent now is to leave them in place while we can and while we're doing that. But when we go into later phases of the park, it might be decided that we choose to use that residence as part of the facility. So if we get forward to building that event space that's planned for, I think it's phase 4 of Sander Estate, then it might be that that's a hospitality suite or something else that's associated with the event space. Or we could leave it a caretaker if that's to our benefit at that point, but we get to make that decision. The Brillis property is one that's typically not as well known. It's not a developed park property. This would be one that I would generally consider part of our land banking strategy. It's one that we don't know what would happen with this, if anything would ever happen with it. It was a very generous donation from a former supporter, particularly of the senior center. And there are no restrictions associated with it, but there's a little tiny parcel surrounding the house that you can't see on this map. And then there are the fields associated with it. And so there's an agreement with the neighbor to the north for grazing the indicated portion of the property. But in checking with Brian and also checking with the caretakers, is they're not really actively grazing, so they're not managing it. The point was that we wouldn't have to mow the property and manage the vegetation. And so that hasn't been happening. So it might be something where the last time we went out for an RFP for farm leases was about, I found a document that I believe was from 2012. And so we could do something like that again, where we say we have these parcels available and they get leased out for, at the time it was about $100 an acre. And in speaking with a board member who has farm experience, said that the going rates are, that's not outside of the realm of possibility. For us, the big thing is we want to make sure that if we do a farm lease, that we charge at least what the taxable value of the property is, because it could compromise our tax exempt status for the property, or our taxing exemption, I should say, not our status, but our exemption for the property, if we're making someone pay us. So we would just want to make sure we recover the costs of paying taxes on it. if we're using that tactic. Is there a question about that from anyone? Okay. Bob and Crystal Riley Park, bigger property, much more zoomed out, harder to see exactly where everything is, but there's actually 2 caretaker houses, and there's a few other amenities that are highlighted here just for wayfinding purposes, as well as a few licenses for agricultural use. So we do have some of the properties under ag, but there's a couple that are no longer, but were formerly. I think those are the fields to the south are the ones, or no, that's the one that's under Clover right now.
To the east off of Bob's Corner.
Off of Bob's Corner is the one that's not under ag anymore.
Right.
Thank you. And we're open to that coming back under production if the partner that we've worked with in the past or the individual that we've worked in the past wants to, or if there's no longer an interest, that we could always make that available to a different person. The farmhouse for the eastern portion of the property is with a caretaker that's been there since, do you remember when it was, Brian or Casey? I think it's more like 20, I thought it was 2018. Does that sound right? Okay. So that individual and her husband have been there for a number of years. I went up with Brian, brought me along on a site inspection not long ago. I really don't think the house itself would be appropriate for hosting events because it's just a residence. It would be different. But making it clear where the caretaker residence starts and stops so that the public feels very invited into the lawn and garden space. They've been maintaining it with the intent that the public come in. But we don't have signage that says, come through the gate, come in here. We don't have Adirondack chairs or picnic tables back there that make it clear that you're supposed to come back there. But there's a public restroom back there that we renovated and made available. There is a kitchen with commercial appliances and things in it. Some, not extensive, but more of a drop kitchen for catering that's also in one of the outbuildings. And then there's a lovely kind of bricked in patio area. It's supposed to be used for small events under the conditional use permit with the county. But we really haven't capitalized on that. So that's something that I think we would like to see happen on a more regular basis as something we can provide for the public, a space that feels really special for special events or just passive use. And the caretaker is completely on board and has been under the understanding that that's what's supposed to happen. So that's a plus. And that caretaker in particular does gate control and talks to other folks and does other sorts of maintenance issues that are up there. On the north side of the property is another caretaker residence, which I've labeled as the cottage, just to distinguish it from the farmhouse. And that caretaker is the widow of a former employee who unfortunately passed away. And so that employee was doing a lot of services, actually did a lot of trail expansions in the time between 2014 and his passing. And so that was Russ Sheehan. And from what I understand, we miss Russ a lot, and he did a lot for that park. But we're still reviewing if that is an appropriate caretaker for us to have based on the expectations of a caretaker. The Chehalem Glen Golf Course is to the north of this property. We call it our Wilsonville Road property. So Brian's grow operation is down there. But that would be a good example of an undeveloped park where we have assets down there that we really don't want people vandalizing. We're really counting on that operation to supply our 24 developed parks and make sure we've got plantings for those. And like Brian said, we're investing time into those to grow them up to eventually save dollars. So that's an investment. And so having that caretaker down there, and then we've got licenses for agricultural use. We also have our nut house and greenhouse operation, or our nut house down there, which is a different kind of a storage area that's over there. And then we've got the caretaker residence. And that's it for this presentation. And I can go back to any of these slides or information if you all want to, but I'm happy to answer questions and also just let you all talk to each other and then get us some feedback.
Thank you.
You're going to set up some kind of a, when people come in and out, you have to say, you're going to set up an application with employees to be able to come in to a resident that's empty and we're looking for another person to fill it?
If the board wants us to continue this program, I think that seems like the most appropriate and fair way to do this is that we would announce it to the employees and say there is a vacancy, we're looking for a caretaker, and then we basically interview them like we're hiring for a job. Because we're looking for someone that has the knowledge and skills to help us caretake that facility and that's willing to commit to doing it, in addition to their employment with us. Now, we could limit it to full-time, we could also extend it to part-time employees. We could do it however we want, but from a policy standpoint, it would be good to hear what the board thinks of that sort of thing. In general, does that seem appropriate?
Well, it's also, and whoever that person is that you decide to come in is going to keep the place inside in good condition.
Yes.
I mean, that's an important situation for
Absolutely.
staff.
Did you have an experience, Jim?
We've had experience in this district before, that's correct.
Yeah, and I think so. First off, I mean, I think some of those passive duties can't go understated. Having someone on some of those properties, watching what's going on, being able to call PD if necessary, I think is huge. I would like to see, Clyde, and it sounds like you're heading that direction, but yeah, formalizing some of those expectations. If a caretaker gets selected to live there, you know, what are the expectations, and you know, how often are they being monitored? Because it is a good benefit of the job, and it benefits the district as well, as long as they're being held accountable.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. As long as it's clear, there's either an agreement or in the employee handbook, it's just super transparent, and that there's a net benefit for the district. When it comes to just kind of grandfathering somebody in because they live there, you know, I'm a little more hesitant for the taxpayers to foot the bill for somebody who might not be doing any sort of caretaking, they just live there, for instance. And I don't know to what level some of these caretakers are caretaking, but if it's just being in an empty house, you know, I have a little bit more problem with that, but I also don't want the house empty. You know? That makes sense. So that one, some of these might be tricky, but I'd rely on maybe what you recommend. As long as it's clear, I think caretakers are good.
Well, it could certainly be clear, because we don't have written agreements with most of them. We did find there's an executed agreement with the caretaker in the farmhouse at Bob and Crystal Riley Park, which was one of the kind of recent ones, as opposed to some of the older ones. Other ones, and some of it has to do with there could be an executed agreement somewhere. Almost everything from my predecessor's office is in paper, and I've just not been able to find it. I found some that are copies of agreements, but they're not executed. So it's not clear if they were executed, and I just can't find them. So be that as it may, we don't have them, and there needs to be something executed.
Yeah,
If we're gonna do that.
I just say I agree. We need something in writing. It should be in line with the employment contracts too, or as a part of employment.
So would you
we-
prefer it be part of the compensation package or separate? Because right now,
Well-
what our attorneys advise is separate so far.
Separate because of the tax ramifications, or
Well, because then it's clear what the expectations are, and it allows a trade too. So that's part of what my understanding, and the individual that we spoke with at SDAO is a tax professional. The individual, our attorney, is not, but has familiarity with some of these issues. And it sounds like the tax implications for the district, we don't have any. But we also don't want to unwittingly give someone the impression that they may not have a tax obligation when they do. But my understanding is that in these situations, the taxable burden may not exist with them because it's in lieu. So that it's acceptable. But again, that would be theirs to understand with a tax professional. That's their arrangement. But if the board would like clarification on that, on exactly those arrangements with a supplemental employment agreement, then we can look into it further.
well, I think having the formality of at least being able to set standards for what's expected, that's crucial. And I think that might be understood maybe in some of the agreements, but if they're not in writing, you know, we can't enforce them. We can't look them up for historical purposes and figure out what's going on. And then, you know, one of the things that it stands out to me that it's a little hard to read is that, you know, we are doing basically free rental agreements for fish and for the Habitat and for Taste of Newburgh and Downtown Coalition. And then the one we are charging is a church, which, you know, I think some would say that it seems a bit biased.
Well, again, we're not, because, like I said, with fish, they put in, over $100,000 worth of work into the building. So if you look at it that way, I think you have to take it case by case. You can't put them all in together.
Is the 210 Blaine property paying anything, utilities, any sort of? No.
Taste Newburgh is paying for waste services and internet. But to their credit, they have not been asked to pay anything more than that I'm aware of. If we want them to pay more, if we expect them to pay something like a market rate, then we have the ability to do that.
Well, and
I'd
that's
like
the.
to see staff, and for that property specifically, at least have those conversations and be thinking about that.
Especially for utilities.
Yeah,
Utilities
yes.
have absolutely skyrocketed, and I know on some of these rural homes, we're talking of utilities $500, $600, $700 a month. And so, you know, if you have someone who's not an employee and doesn't have any expectations on them, there's nothing they're providing other than just keeping the house warm. That's a significant cost. The other one that stands out is the caretaker. Actually, both of the properties at Riley Park. So the farmhouse, we might be getting some benefit from that, but compared to the historical benefit when the private foundation was regularly using it as an event space. So small get-togethers, small weddings. It just seems like when we're talking about needing money, and we're talking about kind of chasing inflation and all this stuff, that's kind of low-hanging fruit. We have an absolutely beautiful setting in a place where that should be programmed. Now, that might be really difficult for our folks to program that from a special services standpoint, because we're not out up in the mountain all the time. But I'm sure there are other third parties that can do something like that. And then the other home there, it seems like that would fit very well with a caretaker who's working with Brian in the grounds area. Maybe someone who's there more often, keeping an eye on it, especially during the summers when we're worried about vandalism, fireworks, drug use in the parking lot, and all those kinds of things.
So more from a grounds or more from an enforcement and ranger perspective?
All
Okay.
inclusive, or it could be just a little bit of all those things. I mean, similar to Ewing Young, right? They take care of their house, but they're there as having a permanent presence to also deter from vandalism and whatever else could be going on there. So I think there's clearly value to what we're doing. Making it formalized is the first step, and attaching it to some standards with employment in whatever way the lawyer thinks. But we should also be looking at recouping utilities in any agreement. I mean, rent in some of these places would be north of $3,000, maybe up to $4,000 for a rural property. So that's free, but the $600-$700 in utilities, probably we should find a way to recoup that. And then if we do have an opportunity to monetize a property and to help pay for the property's maintenance, overall, I think we need to take that very seriously.
I would want to be careful about having a property owner paying all of the utilities. And the only reason why I say that is because there could be lights out that are specifically to light up the park or the place. We want those lights on, and we don't want them to be penalized because these lights are on, all night.
Yeah, to segue on that, to give you an example, at the skate park property, they have their utilities, but they also share the utilities with the rest of the park.
Yep.
So we would have to percentage out if we're gonna do anything that way, take a hard look at each one, because we had to tie it all into the same transformer and thus the same meters and so on.
Would making some assumptions about consumables per occupant be something that, an approach that we could do fees that are relatively consistent based on normal usage in our area and sorts of
I think
utilities?
space by space, you need to look at that. I don't think we could take it off the meter because we've got that light blaring all night.
And I will tell you, as a board member, I'm not interested in charging these people who live in these facilities 100% of whatever that is. I mean, 25% of whatever the bill is, I think they should have no problem paying that. Unless of course they have some lights or they're sharing electricity with the park or something like that, then that's a different deal. But that's just me, and I don't know how the board feels about that, but I don't have a problem with them paying a portion of it.
I think I saw in there also that they're carrying renter's insurance, so that's important, so.
The other thing is I know that I heard us talking about, we have a widow in one of these homes. I wouldn't be kicking her out of there. I mean, I don't know what we do as a board or what we do in this case, but we gotta find a way to make it right somehow for her. I mean, that doesn't mean we're paying her way for forever. I'm just saying that we gotta figure out what we're gonna do there.
She actually pays for utilities.
She does.
Sounds like you're on the
Okay.
right track.
Okay. What I would plan to do is, unless the board wants to see this as a new business item, then we can come back and I will plan on doing report outs on this sort of thing through my superintendent's report. If you ever want it broken out separately so we can talk about it more openly, we certainly can.
Good job researching all this, thank you.
Yeah, that was a big project. There's a lot of good information in there. Appreciate all the work you guys put into it, and it's an
Thank you for
important one,
Brian. We were able to do interviews and touch bases with all of those tenants and caretakers between this and the last board meeting, so that was good.
Okay, everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay, on to the next, discussion and possible actions related to perks and benefits authorized for district board members, you guys.
We have perks.
You guys are getting paid for this?
I don't think I've ever had
Perks is a tough word, you know?
So I will mention that I have talked to multiple of you who at different times have told me, we don't have benefits. We don't have this. So I heard that from at least 2 or 3 board members. And I said, well, I'm pretty sure we do. And each time I didn't have the employee handbook nearby. But when you go into the employee handbook, sure enough, there are a limited number of benefits. Those are benefits typically associated with employees, but a few of them are extended to board members too. So for tonight, there's 2 main issues at play. One is, is the board satisfied with them being there, or are they uncomfortable for some reason with those being there and think they shouldn't be? And then the second item is about honorary board members for life. The duration of the district since 1967, there have been 3 individuals who served for extended periods of time and were designated as honorary board members for life. And there's no mention of it in any formalized materials on exactly what that means or what benefits might be attributed to those individuals. So the question from staff for the board is, what does that mean, and should we put it somewhere? So I can put a simple definition in the employee handbook or somewhere else, but that's not a problem for me. But what we need to do is just get some certainty around that, and make sure we're treating them the way we're supposed to, but not giving them benefits if that's not the desire and the will of the board.
Which one do you want to tackle first?
Let's do general board perks, if that's okay. So the main ones that we're talking about are the benefit of being able to use the aquatics center for at the same kind of, basically would be available to the board at no cost, the same way it is to staff. So it's for you and your family. And then also use of the golf course and driving range. And that is free use when it's not already busy. I will say that I've been encouraging Kellen to start charging people when it is busy. So that means employees should not be going there basically from May through September and getting comped. They get to pay.
How long
So-
has this been in place? You know? Do we
I
know?
don't have a version history associated with the employee handbook. It's just in there.
Forever, as far as I know.
Yeah, I know, it was here for the, I'm not gonna say 38 years I was here, but it was here for quite a while.
I think Brandon and Dawn worked on the golf course, and I don't know about the aquatic center.
And I'll also say the superintendent paid for he and his in-laws to go play golf this past weekend because it was Memorial Day weekend and it was Sunday. So it's clearly going to be busy. It's appropriate for that expectation to be there, and it also gives consistency to our golf staff, that they're not comping people randomly. So that's something that is going to be encouraged by our staff too.
But in the employee handbook, it's not written up that way.
It's written as when it's not busy.
Okay, it is.
Which is kind of subjective, obviously. And it's intended to give discretion to the golf pro, but if we pressure him the wrong way, it can go the wrong way. If we kind of empower him to say, we're busy starting May 15, and we're not busy October 1st.
Would that be helpful to just put dates in? Because I agree. I think it's no.
I don't want to. I want him to be able to do it, but maybe it's only like walk-ons. If it's a walk-on, it's free, fine.
You know, my position is this: I've never used a single facility for free, and but I do believe that as a board member, I think that we should be going to these facilities. We should be checking it out. We should know when there's problems. We should be able to see them for ourselves and not just hear them from the public. And so I I probably won't use any of the facilities, but I believe that it's something as a board member we should have.
And actually, that's one thing I didn't get to say was that I want all of our board members to use all of our facilities and be ambassadors for what we do. So if having that perk be available is part of it and that helps, then that's great. Because I've reported things to our staff as a user of the Aquatic Center because I'm there a couple of times a week. So, and I assume that anyone that goes on trails on a regular basis or goes to certain playgrounds or those sorts of things, like you're going to tell them if your kid wasn't able to enjoy something when you took them to some place, then you'll disclose that and you'll tell staff to fix it. And that's what we want.
Well, the only concern I had was there was in the not too distant past, there was an ethics complaint associated with these sorts of issues. And the message that we received from our prior council was very opposite what we're being told now. So, and I don't blame any of you all for that, but the mass confusion, I think, would be the proper term. So I think we just want to make sure that what we're doing is in line with the law, in line with the ethics decision that came down that was related to our district. And so as long as that is the case, then I'd say whatever we have in the employee handbook, it seems reasonable. So point one, that's
Okay.
the only concern I have.
Okay.
really.
The attorney was very confident that we're in good standing because that document is public, transparent, and available. So those things are met, so we're good to go. But if the board's feelings about that change and we want that modified, we can.
Yeah, what we were told is anything over $50 you couldn't do.
Well, I mean, some elected officials are compensated with a wage. So we have the ability to do these sorts of things. We just have to be clear about what it is. Now, it can't be an arbitrary gift. When you clear that $50 threshold with a gift, that's a problem. So if we weren't clear about it and it wasn't in the employee handbook and we occasionally let you go golfing for free, but we didn't offer it or disclose that we were doing that, that would be a problem.
Okay.
You know, historically, and I'm not sure when they started or when they stopped it, because I wasn't a board member at that time, but they were getting $300 a year, the board members. And then they would, you know, nobody ever used it and they always gave it back to the district. It's just kind of a historical look, but we don't do that. We haven't done that for years. Casey, were you here when they did that?
I remember it happening.
Yeah, I wasn't really interested in what was going on with that.
All right, honorary board members for life.
My position is promises made, promises kept. So I will tell you that Don Loving gave us 30-some years of his life, and you know what? I made the motion that he got free golf, and I understand that there are some people that don't like that, but that's what I believe is the right thing to do, and that's the reason why I made the motion, and I think we got 100%. Everybody said, yeah. So that's my position.
And do you think free golf whenever he would like,
100%.
or when it's not busy?
I don't care. If he wants to golf at midnight, we're open, absolutely.
But what about Saturday when it's taking a paying customer spot?
I don't know that he's gonna.
That wouldn't be a problem. I would expect honorary board members for life to get the board member benefit, which is you guys only get to play for free when it's not busy, so this summer would be expensive.
So, the concern I have with that is there was never anything in the handbook or anything written regarding honorary board members for life.
That's correct.
Receiving any benefits whatsoever.
That is correct.
So if we're doing it, there's no promise to that because it never existed.
That is the problem we're in.
So I think we just have to decide, do we want to, as a board, we can direct staff to do that?
Yep.
Because we're not putting the benefit on ourselves.
You're not putting the
It's
board
for
member on, you're not putting it on yourselves. You can ask staff to clarify the status of honorary board members for life and to come back with something adoptable. And so what I would expect is to put it in the employee handbook alongside where we talk about board members, and it might just be an asterisk that said includes board members for life. And there may be a definition somewhere else in that employee handbook that maybe we need a definition of, when we say board member, we mean active board members. When we say honorary board member for life, we mean these couple of individuals with a title. So we can do something like that so it formalizes it and still meets that clear, transparent, and available test. So that's what I would ask. So that's If that is the will, so if all of the board feels that way, we'll do that.
You know, I mean, Mike McBride and Don Loving are the two that are still left with that. There's three, with Donna McCain was the other one. You know, I'd like to use maybe grandfather them in and then not do this policy anymore. Because I just think there's too much gray area there. I mean, promises were made to these people, that's good, but I think moving onward, we might wanna think, unless, Jason, you're gonna be on the board for 38 years.
No, but you know what I'd say is, are we giving a hardship to anybody by having this? Is there a hardship to a single living soul by offering this thing? And look, I guarantee you, when I'm not here in another, I don't know, 9 months, is anybody gonna say, you know, we want to give Jason Fields free golf for life? Probably not. These people that got it put in 30 years, okay? I don't know if we have another individual that's on this board now. I don't know how long you've been on you haven't even been on the board that long, but you've been with the.
I'll be dead.
I agree. No, I'm just kidding. That's horrible. But the fact of the matter is, it's so rare. I don't think that there's any reason to phase this thing out because it's so rare that this could ever happen.
The only thing I have to say is that it's public money. I mean, I appreciate everybody's service, everyone's service. You know, for me, I don't use the facilities like that. I might do the sniff test to see if there's a HVAC unit down. That's about as far as I go right now. And so I'm just saying that, you know, the taxpayers are possibly aquatic centers are compensated for this. So you gotta be careful when they're off the board. So I'm just throwing that out. I'm not saying good or bad, but I'm just throwing that out.
At this moment, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
How many people do we have that's collecting today?
That are collecting?
Yeah, how many people do we have still alive that?
Oh, there's two. They're
two
honorary board
board
members.
members.
And I will say that one of those that I spoke with was Don Loving.
Mhm.
And he said that his understanding was those benefits extended to honorary board members for life. But he said specifically, I'm not asking the board to do that, but if you have the board talk about this, I would love to know what the expectation is. And so that was his former one when they had done it the first time with Donna McCain.
And this other person.
And then Mike McBride, I haven't spoken with about it.
And when's the last time Mike McBride used a single facility?
I gotta talk to Mike about that.
And doesn't that seem a shame? There's 16,000 people a month going to the
And
aquatic
so,
center. He's not in there.
Why are we talking about this? So,
We were talking about it to make sure that we're doing the right thing with taxpayer resources.
yeah.
That's why.
I
Needs
think
to be
it's
clear.
inconsequential.
So if that's the expectation, then we'll put it in something, the employee handbook or somewhere that's formalized and transparent, if that's the will of this body.
Does everybody feel comfortable
I
with
think
that?
that's good.
Nick?
I'm generally just not interested in benefits, but I'm not gonna force that on other people. I pay for my own.
We will write you out of them, Brandon.
And which I'm okay with. You know, I took my son to the driving range and paid $6. They didn't even mention the thing, and I would have paid anyway. But as long as it's clear, and the staff feels empowered, if one of us decides to show up one day, throw a weight around, heaven forbid, that staff member can say, "We're busy. You can pay, or you can leave." I don't want them to feel.
They'll try and say it nicer than that, but what I'm generally hearing is the board would like to recognize the honorary board members for life by extending the benefit, formally extending the benefits to them that are observed in our employee handbook for active board members. Am I correct?
I think that's accurate.
Correct.
I have no opinion.
Do
Okay.
we wanna put a year on that for future folks?
No, I think if you do it, you do it, or you don't do it. I
'Cause
think it's chaos.
it's for life.
It's chaos to.
Staff will bring something back and you can decide if it is acceptable for you.
Thanks, Clay.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Okay, next we have informational presentation related to findings for potential reuse of former Newburgh landfill property for public recreation.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my presenter link and see if it's the same link that Richard initially sent me, or if it's a different one. Richard, I'm seeing the caretaker presentation.
Hey, can I get in here real quick, Clay? I don't know if anybody's hungry, but it looks like somebody brought a ton of pizza here, and it's free, so Help yourself, guys.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
If there's no napkins over there, there are napkins around the corner. You can use them. They're up by the microwave. And plates. Actually, Julie, if there's plates and napkins, would you get those and put them over there for them? Thank you. All right.
Never done it.
All right. Richard is sending me a link for the presentation slide deck. Just one
I have no
moment.
idea who was doing this. Serious? Seven like 3 times. No, it's.
Yeah, this is the third time. This time, though, they must have thought we were gonna have a crowd. Thanks, guys. Get in there and get as much as you want.
Are we just waiting for the
Well,
slide?
I'm waiting for the slide deck to
Yeah, why
to
don't
populate.
why don't
Wanna
we take a
5-minute
5-minute
recess?
break?
Okay, we're about
And then
2
we
hours
come
in
back.
anyway. Richard, we're going to come back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Be back at 8:15.
And it's not my place to offer it, but I know we got waters and sodas in the refrigerator.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start again.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Again, this is the informational presentation related to the findings for potential reuse of the former Newburgh landfill property for public recreation. Hey,
All right.
ladies.
Thank you very much. So this is a report back based on some conversations with the board. And so the board had expressed interest in pursuing a leasing option associated with the landfill and had talked to staff about that, so we're reporting back. Also, there's been a lot of public interest in this, so we wanted to make sure that we could not only report to the board, but also get some information in front of the public. So the slide deck should be showing on the screen pretty shortly here. There we go, thank you. Pretty soon. Richard, we've got a black screen with our logo, but it looks like the slides are about to start. Okay, there we are. All right, so one of the things, just a general site overview. All this information is from the board letter again. Most of the time when I'm giving a presentation, it's just to walk through the things that are in that board letter and maybe talk about why those are, be able to cycle back to them. But this is a site that is 38.75 acres in size. It's located in unincorporated Yamhill County, so it's considered a kind of a rural property. It's outside of city limits, but it is bounded on all three sides by the city limits of Newburgh or the Willamette River. It's owned by Yamhill County. It's vacant except for monitoring apparatus and those sorts of activities associated with that. And then it's got residential development on the north, which you can see there. It's got the former Baker Rock property that is to the kind of northeast. Willamette River is obviously on the south side. I'm traveling down. And then you've got agricultural lands located just to the west there. Then this is a map that shows some of the monitoring locations associated with it. And it's more or less to highlight that there's a number of things going on all around the periphery of the site. Were one to walk out there, that you would see that instead of most of the river has kind of a scour where it drops off pretty suddenly, it's like a scoop. Because it's a landfill, it's more of like a giant bulging hill that comes out there. So if you were to look at this, if you could see the topographic lines on here, you'd be able to see that sloping is different than you have in some other places.
But it's not really steep, it's a gentle.
It's fairly gentle, and it's a beautiful view of the river, frankly. There's a screen of trees that are down along the lower slope, and that's out of the landfill periphery. The landfill itself doesn't have trees on it, it wouldn't be able to. It's got a 3-foot soil cap on it. There is no liner underneath it. It's been capped since, I think we'll see it later here in the slide deck, but I think it's since 1986.
83 or 84.
Okay, 83 or 84, we'll go with that. There's monitoring associated with gas, leachate, surface water, and those sorts of items. And that monitoring plan is in place and it's active with the county. So there are some things the board asked to report back about a few things. So we've been in communication with the sheriff's department. And so we were asking for some things that were initially discussed were very basic options to meet their storage needs associated with the sheriff's department boats. Obviously you want your boats as close to the river as possible, and this is pretty close to the river. So they sent us 2 because I think they were having some qualms with things they want and what they absolutely need. So if you think of the high-low range for meeting what they absolutely could do with, and what's that? So the basic option was a estimate for basically a basic uninsulated structure that's a prefab garage and storage area with 2 roll-up doors and a lean-to style storage on the side for $29,700. And then a more enhanced option that gave a lot more is more of what they really want, or what they would aspire to have, would be something that would be in the range of $220,000. Neither of these include site preparation, excavation, utility connections, which could substantially change the cost associated with an install. But so that would be a garage with additional bay doors. It's got a pull-through bay setup, which would be a lot different in terms of what their utilization is and how they use the space. Office space, conference room, and restroom. So that changes those. Also, it changes what they would need for the utility connections. That's that. Another thing that we looked into, we distributed, there was an interest expressed for doing another phase 1 environmental site assessment. The last one that was done for the site, to the best of our knowledge, was 2019, was conducted by CPRD, but those only have a shelf life of 180 days. Once that expires, you can extend those for up to about 6 months or so, but Typically, that's all the longer they are, and clearly we're well past that. So that's all that it would be good for, so we'd have to conduct a new one.
And then, do you have a number on that?
We have received, in the slide, it shows one of those numbers that we got back, which was $4,700. That's actually the individual that did it for Hahn & Associates for us in 2019. I have to make sure I didn't accidentally miss any in my inbox, but our due date that we asked the 4 firms that we reached out to respond by was yesterday, and I think this is the only one we've gotten back so far.
Okay.
So, but all of them were provided with the same information to make sure they understood what they were getting into. We understand that landfills are complicated, parks and recreation are specific, and you have specific needs and assessments you expect to be done. So we think we gave them the right information, but we haven't gotten anything back other than that one, I believe. Then we had an initial conversation with DEQ, and so that was actually attended by Directors Conan and Smith. Thank you very much for attending. That was very helpful. And we had a very robust participation, in my opinion, with that. We had several representatives from DEQ, as well as a pair of representatives from Yamhill County, and then ourselves. Yamhill County also invited Parametrics, who's the consultant that's been retained by the county to do some of the, I believe it's quarterly monitoring that they do. So there's some tasks that are done by their in-house staff, and then there's other tasks that are done by their consultants. And their consultants develop the environmental monitoring plan that they're under. So one of the things that they said is, any site can be repurposed with sufficient controls. But I would put a little asterisk next to there, and the asterisk is going to be shaped a lot like a $. One of the things you don't know is how much you're getting into. They just can't characterize it. It doesn't mean that it couldn't work. It doesn't mean that it would have landmines hidden in that, but they weren't really able to characterize that, and they probably wouldn't until we learn more. The first step of learning more would be a phase 1 ESA, but we could talk more with, if we were to choose to obtain a consultant to go further into this investigation, get a better handle too on what those investigations would entail, what the scope of work looks like. $4,700 scope of work seems pretty reasonable. I don't know what's behind those other steps. And so that's one of the things of the unknowns, or still unknowns. Overall, DEQ comments, though, my takeaway, and I'm going to ask Directors Conan and Smith to give me their characterizations too. Generally positive. Thought it seemed like it had been closed for a long time. It hadn't had significant problems. They said that any site like this has certain things that you have to do to continue monitoring, to be careful. That 3-foot soil cap is something that would have to be maintained. The big thing you're trying to do is make sure there's no incidental contact. They talked about it. You don't want the contaminants and the people touching, right? And so you'd have to be wary of those sorts of things. There are also some portions of the site that have methane that's monitored, so you'd have to keep people away from those if there's anything that's coming out. And there are some leachate sites that are there too. Some of the things that I took away as important for the conversation, and this will get into the next slide, I think it's the next slide, where we talk about some of the examples they gave us if we choose to look at other cases. Would be that there's a significant slope. Some landfills are essentially a canyon, you just fill it up. Ours is not that, because it was a slope and you just filled it to one side. And so the fact that there's a slope from top to bottom is a very different characteristic than you'll get for some landfills where you're just filling a pit. Another one is the lack of a liner behind the base, so that there's no liner down there catching those things. You have to make sure that you don't do anything that creates additional leachate going different or undesirable directions, because you don't have a liner to control that. That we have a soil cap rather than synthetic cap, so there's different treatments for that. It's not a good or bad thing, it just is. And then there is that we're relatively close to some sites that could be considered sensitive, specifically a river and a residential development. So they're okay as they are. It's just if we change the conditions, we're near those sites, we would need to be aware of it. So there's a few different examples that they gave us. There are additional details in the board letter about why these examples were posed to us. But H.G. Lavelle landfill is not too far away. The same with St. John's and Cully Park. Even Astoria is a little further away, but still within shooting distance. So those would all be relatively easy to investigate or talk to some folks about if we chose to.
Yeah, and let's talk about Ewing Young Park. How big is that park?
I mean, I think our entire property.
Park?
Yeah, how big was the landfill? Do we know?
Oh, it was small.
Was it 12 acres or something like that? Was it bigger or smaller?
I don't
I was going to say Jim or Brian.
Yeah, I
Either of
can't
you know?
give an exact. It was a small piece of acreage.
Very small.
The type of stuff that they were dumping back then is different than what they were dumping in 1985.
Casey, do you happen to know when the Newburgh landfill was started being used, and as well as when it started ended?
The 50s.
Okay.
Was beginning.
Because that's part of how you determine what might have gone into it in the time. But so yeah, so that's, and unfortunately we don't know. The reason for these two is the repurposing, not necessarily just the history.
Well, the difference with Ewing Young is, I wrote a letter to them and asked them to close it. And they sent us a letter back saying, if you're only gonna do this here, then we'll go ahead and close it. So the district has that letter somewhere.
So these were the ones, though, that DEQ recommended, or they cited at least multiple times, unless I missed something. But I think that Matt was actually our note taker, or the only one that took particularly good notes over the course of the meeting. And so these are the ones that I recorded and looked into a little bit. Is there anything, Matt or Nick, that you would want to share with the rest of the group that you took away from this meeting?
No, I think you're hitting the pertinent details pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think DEQ, I think they like these kind of things.
Yeah.
They like the projects, and the key takeaway that I had, other than their optimism towards it, was as long as you're in constant communication, talk to them about what kind of dirt you're putting on, how much, what the effect is going to be, the runoff, what kind of vegetation, plants you plant. It's a constant check-in process. But when we kind of talked about the theoreticals of, trails, a pavilion up top, adding dirt to enhance maybe some sloped areas for biking or something like that, they seem to say that stuff's pretty easy. Because a lot of the other examples of the parks were like, one of them was a sports complex, right? Where you're totally changing everything and adding turf and so on and so forth.
The Astoria site specifically was
Yeah.
involved with a land swap and expansion of a hospital, and basically using the sports field as the cap.
Right. And so the other takeaway was, as you do these things, there might be additional monitoring to see, does this shift anything? Did we put too much weight here, like you said? Because you actually have a bit of a slope as opposed to a flat area. If this changes something, that might cost a little more to monitor while you're doing the work and then the post work. And then as those things settle down, they also said, but we expect the monitoring to continue to just reduce over time.
Did we talk to them about possibly putting a parking structure for the boats up there? Did we mention any of that to them?
Not in great detail. We mentioned it.
I mentioned putting a small structure at the top for parking, like a barn.
Okay.
And I feel like their response was kind of, we can't tell you too much until the ESA.
Right.
So they're very careful with what they would say, for certain. And
They made no guarantees, but at the same time they said, but if you work with us, I'm sure anything can be done. So that was kind of my takeaway.
Okay. Richard, if you would, go ahead and put the slides back up and we'll keep going on this guy. I don't think there's a whole lot left. All right, and so some of the, and again, these are this anticipated costs. This is what we know thus far. There's a lot of things we don't know. And so if there's anything that Director Smith and Conan want to add, but some of the things we did know about is we don't know, so I don't know exactly what the staff is paying because I don't know what the allocation of time for their existing staffer is, but Ashley Watkins is their solid waste coordinator. So some portion of her time is an investment in the operations associated with the site, but that's borne by the county at this time. The contract with parametrics has changed over the years. The documentation that I was able to find went back to, very nice and clean, went back to about 2018 and kind of went for all the contract amendments over the last several years. But right now it looks like they're paying approximately $92,365 annually for those quarterly monitoring costs. Again, borne by the county, those are active and ongoing. A consult that Director Smith joined me for with our insurance agent estimated that the county is paying between $50,000 and $70,000 annually for an additional policy associated with their insurance, and it's an environmental pollution policy. So that's a specific one you'd have to get. So they indicated that our other portions of our insurance wouldn't change. And kind of like the informational presentation we got a couple of months ago, those rates are associated with claims. So if our claims don't change much, then that should be okay. What they also said in that is you don't insure ground. And a landfill is different, so I think that's why the policy is different, because you own a special type of ground that is there. Right now, scope for the general cost is known for, or is expected is, that response that we have for the phase 1 ESA is known, but any other investigations required after that, we just don't know. Because like Matt was talking about, you do have to kind of walk hand in hand with DEQ. We don't know exactly how that would work, but we would generally expect it probably includes a phase 1 ESA. It sounds like preliminarily it probably includes a phase 2 ESA, includes the development of a site work plan, and it probably includes a continuing environmental monitoring plan. So one of the things though too is there is an existing environmental monitoring plan. If we enter negotiations with the county, we would be interested in seeing what they would be willing to continue doing so that we don't end up bearing those costs. So that's something to be aware of, is those in a lease situation, we might not have to pick up the insurance policy, we might not have to pick up the monitoring, but what if the monitoring requirements change? What happens in those situations? And those are somewhat unknown. And then other kind of park developments. So these are all the things in addition to just developing a park. We all know that park costs can be significant depending on what you're trying to do. Now, if we do have a private entity that is willing to help supply dirt and maybe have community groups help us, we can minimize those costs. There's still staff time invested. Could be relatively moderate, hopefully, but you still get the initial construction costs and then the operating and maintenance costs associated with the site. And so those other things would be in addition to that. For either Nick or Matt, do you have anything to say on this from any of the conversations that you participated in? Okay.
Well, they have to, if dirt's brought in by whoever, don't they have to?
They have to inspect it.
They have to inspect it.
It has to be a certified clean, is what the DEQ called it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
But presumably with the individual that we talked to initially, they're accustomed to doing that, so hopefully that would be an understood thing. I would say that they were reached out to just twice. I mean, I haven't been knocking on their door every day, but I haven't gotten a response yet. But that was promising to have a connection like that, but it hasn't gone anywhere yet. And that's it. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
What's your feeling about this yourself?
Looking at the other examples that were given, they were all fairly substantial investments in some form or another. And they all took some time. If you're walking hand in hand with DEQ, it's not a short-term thing that we're going to be able to do. We could continue to look into it, but realistically, the thing that concerns me the most about possibly pursuing this is not really the landfill itself. It is all the other capital projects we have. We cannot, the SDC fund is already getting substantially impacted as we go through things like building Sandra Estate. We're expecting some of those costs to be offset as we get reimbursed through the grants that we have out, which are the reason we're able to do those. But to do a major rehabilitation at one park and develop another brand new park 1 year, and then the next year build a new sports field, and then within the next 3 years to rebuild our Bonnie Benedict preschool and Second Street Community Center, that's a lot. That is a lot of new stuff for us to deal with. And so I am concerned this could be another thing that we don't know how big the cost would be now, but it could get bigger, it could creep up, and it's also just another thing to staff up for. I am concerned, and then that's not even talking about things like the golf course clubhouse that we're looking at. And we are looking at other things. We're trying to be somewhat opportunistic about the places that we want to develop. The river is a key place, and the board has said that it's a priority. Staff doesn't disagree with that. We're still trying to keep the door open and have conversations about where we formerly operated at Dundee Landing. We're really hopeful about that, but that's not something we've got control over. We've got the Highway 219 site. We're still under the Travel Oregon grant for phase 2 of Recreation Ready. And so we're going to have a report back to your board on some of the concepts that have been developed there, but those are just planning grants. And then we could, should we choose to, try and do development. But we know that the Highway 219 site is probably a long road to develop because it's got some challenges. So we've got a lot of aspirations with capital development, and we're seeing our funds already impacted. So I am concerned about that, and I haven't done anything resembling essentially a cash flow analysis to see that year over year. I think for the board to make a good decision on what can we do and when can we do it, that would need to be seen. But my guess is that once we get through Sanders State, Jakewith Park, Rennie Field, and Bonnie Benedict, we probably need to recover for some time to grow funds. I just don't know that we're going to have a whole lot to invest in something like this. Especially, I mean, maybe it could all go right. Maybe we get if the county is willing to continue doing those things. I mean, engaging in a lease agreement that is a very, very long-term lease agreement and then sitting on it for a few years would not be the end of the world. But I don't think we would be able to develop the site in the short term. I think we're already overcommitted on things that have timelines associated with them because they're under grants. That's one of my biggest worries. All those can be worked with if your board needs us to, but I just don't know if we have the additional capital for development of another site at this point.
Anyone else have any comments? You flipping pages for research?
I write notes. No, I think for me, like Clay hit the most important part, money and time, right? I mean, can it be turned into whatever with enough money, enough time? Yeah, and I hope it is someday. But I have serious concerns. I went around the neighborhood and I knocked on doors to kind of chat with the neighbors about what's going on and what they think about it. For the most part, they were kind of indifferent, like, I don't care as long as it's done safely, which it absolutely would have to be done safely. But they had concerns about, you know, how many trucks of dirt are coming in through there. If you have to put a foot of dirt over 38 acres, that's like thousands and thousands of trucks, which might damage the cap. It might put the liner at risk. There's methane migration concerns that I wanted answered to move forward on this for me personally, which won't get answered unless there's an environmental study done. And I'm not interested in pursuing this. I think the county should do it. I mean, if there's somebody ready to move dirt today, which is awesome, they should call the county, let them be the heroes. I'll ride my bike there if it's awesome. Like, that's my opinion. I don't want our staff taking this project on.
I think that, Casey, you were sitting in a couple years ago when we talked with DEQ. What's your take on it?
I have the same concerns as everyone else, and it's cost and it's development and a lot of unknowns. And I know at one point we were talking to, I don't know if we ever got to talk to the county, but we were gonna ask for just a lease of the section at the bottom.
Right.
Away from the landfill, so, you know, those costs wouldn't be incurred.
Yeah, there is a trail section down at the bottom, but I don't know what DEQ would say about that. I have no idea if they're even involved with that or not.
Well, it's technically not on the landfill site, but it is subject to some monitoring at the mouth of the creek down there. And there are leachates and things that they're monitoring for.
Okay, anything else? Okay, my only thing is this again, I think Clay hit it on the head as far as staffing and having the time, but and having the money. It's gonna take funding, unless we can find a grant or something for that. And it's not gonna be 1 year, 2 years, it's gonna be 3, 4, 5 years.
before we can do that with all the things that we would have to do with our staff and everything else. Maybe something else would happen, but that's kind of how I see it. So, with that said, anything else for this subject? This is just for information. Correct?
Just informational.
Okay.
Thanks for putting it together, Clyde.
Yeah. Okay, we're down to F. And this is, this request came in this past Thursday, and I, out of courtesy, allowed it to come to the board. It's a Political Action Committee request for adoption of a proposed rural heritage park ordinance. We do, just for information, we do have our attorney present online, so everyone needs to be aware of that if there's, because we have, I think, an attorney here. And so if you could introduce yourself and kind of tell us a little bit about this action committee and who they are and so on and so forth, and go from there.
Great, thank
That would be
you.
appreciated. And you said 15 minutes? That'd be awesome.
Everyone else got 2 or 3, so I'll hustle. Chair McMaster, members of the board, my name is Julie Parrish, and I am a elections law and government law attorney out of Portland. So I'm not in district, but I am a native Oregonian, and I think some of the values Oregon has around land and land preservation and what we've done in this state are absolutely unique, and why we all choose to continue to live and work and play here in Oregon. But before I get into the nuts and bolts of this ordinance, I do just want to take the first minute, first of all, to say thank you for the late addition to your agenda. And thank you to your staff who worked hard tonight. I got to listen to all your presentations and learn a little bit more about your board. I've been on the other side of the microphone there before as an elected official. So I will say it takes a lot to sit and face your community month after month in these meetings, and when conversations are difficult. And so it's kind of in that spirit is why we're here, because the reality is we're all neighbors. And people who are elected, they raise their hand and they run to serve their community to the best of their ability. And sometimes that comes with making difficult decisions. And so I represent Friends of Chehalis Park Pack. It's a new organization that wants to really look at what does preservation of parks look like, and we heard a lot tonight about one of the parks in question. Certainly this ordinance would get to some of that, but I want you to think about this ordinance and how we talk about this tonight, really kind of on a broader scale. I'll start by saying that there's kind of a national movement around land right now, and I don't know how aware you are or tracking it, but it's kind of falling on multiple different fronts. The first is you have people who are aging landowners. They may not have, an heir, and they don't want to see their land be consumed by things and activities that they hadn't embraced themselves. People who are refusing big dollars to let data centers go on their farms across the country. People who are resisting foreign purchase of their land, because sometimes those are who the only buyers are. A lot of people can't afford to farm anymore. They can't afford to jump into, buying a farm. And what does that mean if you're a young person now, because land is so expensive? And so government is an option to land banking. Land banking, and I was glad to hear Superintendent Downing tonight talk about, that the board has a value around land banking. I haven't got a chance to research all of that, but I do think that's an important piece of what this potential ordinance is and why we're bringing it to you today, because it's not just about do horses and bikes coexist? It's really about what's the value about land and land preservation in Oregon, and a parks district is a great place to have that conversation. And so as I was working with clients, they are your constituents, they all live in district. People have asked me to come and find a way to think about what is not just solving current issues look like around land, but what do future issues look like? When you think about some of these large tracts that are here in the Willamette Valley, in Yamhill County, once they're gone, you can't get them back. And there's a lot of competitive use for them right now, whether people are talking about data centers, solar farms, high-density housing. All of those things right now are on the forefront of people's mind as people are looking to move urban growth boundaries. The legislature is doing that via fiat. I was in the legislature when we had done some of those things before. And so rather than taking holistic looks, there's a lot of piecemeal legislation happening around land swaps and things to try to get at more, housing lands and things. And so really what this ordinance is looking to do and why we're bringing it to you first. We do need to file it because the goal is to get it to voters or passed in this calendar year. But there's an opportunity right now to have a cooperative conversation about the language in this, because I think that it's important to engage the board in that conversation. And so we have drafted an ordinance that would look to identify certain types of property as rural heritage parklands and put some value and some language around what the types of uses for those properties are, and what that looks like going forward. Because I think as you know, from a Gen X, and so for every one of me, there's 2 boomers who are retiring, they're leaving their jobs, they are trying to figure out what to do with their land, and a parks district could be a very good place if there could be some surety that if they are going to make that transfer to a park district, either through a donation or a low-cost purchase, that the land stays preserved. And so a rural heritage park designation is what this ordinance is setting out to do. It would create some criteria, and you've got a more revised copy that's on that I gave you tonight because I had made a commitment to a language change. So we'll get a copy of that so you can post it online for the viewers who are watching Parks and Rec TV at home. We'll get a clean copy of that to you in a PDF so you can post it, and I'll talk about what that change is, but hopefully you've had a chance to read it. You know, the goal tonight isn't to get a thumbs up or thumbs down on it, but there is a couple months during this summertime when, you know, the Parks PAC would be out gathering signatures, you know, so we're going to file it, start gathering signatures on the draft language. But, you know, with the understanding that if there's a desire by this board to go through and think about this language and make some modifications and do that before, you know, when signatures would be due, which would be in August, to say, okay, let's pull back the initiative and then actually think about adopting that cooperative language. And so really, again, it might solve some of the issues around horses and trails and bicycles, but I really want you to look at the whereas statement, and particularly like whereas statement number 3, you know, where it's in the public interest to preserve the land, prevent incompatible use, prevent intensive development, and non-agricultural use. I think that's an important value. That's an Oregon value about what we do with land in our communities. And so, you know, making sure in the whereas for that we are, you know, protecting the property from intrusive activities that might diminish the natural state. And I did hear a lot from people tonight. They, you know, talk about using parks to hike and visit, you know, nature and spend time with their families and all of the things that you would want out of your local government to provide. And there is sort of a donative piece that the taxpayers do to, I think, this, you know, subsidize was the word that I heard, right? When you subsidize the cost of a trail, not everything that a parks district can do makes money for the parks district. So taxpayers do subsidize that, and I think you want to give the best value. But as you look around, and maybe even some of the people in the room who are thinking about what to do with their parcel at some point, I think it's important to have a path for where they can, you know, handle and deliver that land safely into the community for generations to come. Now, I read a story recently about a cattle couple in Montana who have a multi-million-dollar property, and all they want to do is make sure that people can still raise cows on it. And they knew that not one person by themselves could buy that land from them and do what they were doing. And so they land banked it with a nonprofit. And so, you know, and that's great. Nonprofits are, you know, they have a purpose, but I think a lot of us look to our government to be the trust entity in our communities to handle and maintain resources. And so that's this kind of the spirit of what this ordinance is. I will point you to, you know, page 3, the kind of key change tonight, because one of the things that came up in discussion, and I did, you know, I had a chance to speak with your counsel. He was wonderful, great firm. They've represented me before over the years for different things. So you're in good hands with your attorney. You know, but I wanted to make sure that land that was, as we're drafting this, that land that might come to you in what I would call a government-to-government transfer. So maybe you get decide you're going to get a piece of land from a school district, or maybe there's a piece of land that the state owns. In fact, when I was in the legislature, we changed the law to make some easier rules for government-to-government transfer on land, that wasn't tied up. So even if that parcel, say you get it from a school district, has a use that would otherwise qualify for a parks designation like this, that you weren't bound to protect that piece of land because you're getting it from another government agency. You're not getting it from the original user, original owner, unless you choose to go ahead and make that adoption for that parcel. So I wanted to give a little bit of flexibility in the drafting of this. So that's the change. It's on page 3 that says Rural Heritage Park does not mean land acquired, by sale or donation from a intergovernmental transfer, essentially. But that's kind of what we're hoping to get accomplished. So, I'm not sure what it would take for you all to decide to move forward in wanting to tinker with this project with us over the next couple months before signatures would be due. We do have a elections calendar, and one of the reasons why we are pushing for the November election is, when you have an initiative election, some of those costs are borne by by the district or the entity, the state government that where that policy is going to fall. And so, to the extent that you can stay with a regular elections calendar and not go with a March election or something, it helps kind of keep some of the costs down for running a ballot measure in terms of costs that the Parks District would actually have to bear for an initiative election, because there is some cost around that. And if we can get to a point where, this board could decide potentially that it would like to adopt this ordinance or a version of this ordinance on their own, then we would defray that elections cost altogether, because we wouldn't have to take it to the ballot. So rather than just show up one day at your door and say, hey, we filed this petition, we really wanted to have a conversation and say, do you want to be involved in a conversation about protecting rural heritage lands in your district? And if so, we'd like to be a partner in that conversation, recognizing that it is a goal of my clients to get this to the vote or to become an enacted ordinance one way or the other. But that's sort of the pitch tonight, folks. And I can take questions or get you on your way.
Yeah, I have one. So just looking at like the qualifications, I want to run hypotheticals by you just so I know what this would look like. So let's say there was a farm, 110 acres in size outside of Newburgh, and the owner did what a lot of farm owners do, something that size. They hay, alfalfa, they probably have some cattle, they probably have horses. It might not be a prime part of the farm, but it's probably exists. And let's say they don't have heirs and they do want to donate it to CPRD, but let's say they want it to be ball fields. They want it to be park for baseball and soccer and something like that. Would this prohibit that sort of donation if that's the desire of the donator in that case?
Thank you. That's a good question. And if it met 2 or more of the criteria, it would immediately fall under a heritage park designation. So this is that part where your good questions can make a better ordinance, right? So if there was an opportunity where somebody had a very specific donation and said, I want this not to be a heritage park, we probably need to modify this language to make sure that that's clear. So a great suggestion, and I think, again, something we would want to make sure that specific use donations, just kind of like the government transfer donations, don't get wrapped up in a designation that actually binds your hands.
Right, and the reason I thought of that, and this doesn't qualify under these criteria, but Sanders State Park, it's inside the city, but it used to be a farm. And it used to be something that was that could potentially fall under this, much smaller, but the owner, when she donated it, had a lot of criteria, and those did include building in essence a park in the downtown part of Dundee that would probably not fit under the rural heritage, but it just shows that you potentially limiting a donor, who knows what they might want. And so I want to make sure that anything that we look at as a district doesn't limit a donor in any way. I mean, a donor could donate land and say they want a big covered tennis facility. That would be the best thing ever for me. But it wouldn't fit under this, right? So,
Absolutely.
I mean, there's all kinds of, you could go on and on with potential situations. So that's like something that I think if there was a exceptions for donor intent for a certain use.
Yeah, and that's great, and I've gone ahead and put a note on here, and we would certainly add that before we file next week, because I do think that donor intent matters. If you've got somebody who's got, whether it's a half an acre or 1,000 acres, right? It's their home. They're giving it over to you. They're hoping that at some point down the road that that property outlasts them, particularly if they have no kids or heirs, their names on the, we have a woman in our community, she's got about 2.5 acres, and at one point was struggling with what was she gonna do with this property, and but she used to put on the 4th of July in our town. She'd go raise all the money for it, and 90 years old out there cracking whips on people, telling the fire department, set stage here, and and put on this 4th of July event. I'm like, well, you can always take your land, and whoever gets it, put the money in there, and it's the named fireworks event for the rest of your life, because I think people care about that. They care about their legacy. They care about what they've put in, to their community. I heard you guys talk tonight about, honoring board members for life. You're not getting PERS for doing this job. You're not getting a salary for doing this job. People put 30 years of volunteer time to care about parks. I think that means something. And so when you think about people who are going to look at giving a piece of land and a piece of themselves, really, and wanting it to be there for the public, the level of generosity of that, I think, really needs to be, whoever's going to be the stewards of that needs to be mindful of that. So I think that's great feedback, and more of the type of feedback that I think we'd like to have if the board would, be able to come to a conclusion about adopting an ordinance without a ballot measure.
Are you aware of any other park districts adopting similar ordinances or considering it, just so for our own reference?
That's a good question. Not in Oregon. I know that there are government entities right now trying to figure out what the heck to do with land. And then you've got a lot of outside pressure. You saw, kind of Aaron Brockovich this week, right? Has organized around data centers and is tracking what's happening with data centers and what's happening to people's rural wells. And I'm not saying, Chehalis Parks and Rec is going to start putting data centers on these things, but money, I heard to budget constraints here today, right? Budget constraints make people make decisions in the future about how to fund things. And it's not always feasible to go out for a bond to taxpayers. We saw most of the special district bonds in Oregon, I think, a lot of them failed on May 19th, right? School district bonds and SDO bonds. And so, at the end of the day, I think that a future board could look ahead and say, we have to have a way to make money. We have to have a way to fund staff and the good works. And, I heard your staff say tonight that they're out there hustling for grants, and that takes a lot of work, especially if you're not a professional grant writer. So kudos to them for securing money for your community, because it's hard work to do those things. And so I think that it's a conversation in lots of shapes and forms. It's happening around the country right now as people worry about, folks from foreign countries coming to buy our land, and what does it mean to have food security in your community? So it's not just about parks, especially when you're preserving agriculture land, you're preserving your food supply as well. And so I don't have a specific model that we've modeled this off of, but it's really more a lot of, I was on our Natural Resources Committee in the legislature for a couple of years on the Ways and Means sub. These conversations have been around for a while. There's always a lot of tension between farm and development, but I think that tension has gotten, it's usually farm and housing, and now you've included farm and housing and solar and data and all of these other uses that people are feeling pressured for land. And so I think you're going to see more of this, not less, but I think this could be a model for other parks districts.
Are you asking for us to make a resolution of some type?
That's a great question. So it's not necessarily a resolution. I think you need to adopt an actual ordinance. It would be, you have the ability as a special district, I believe, to adopt an ordinance. And so I'm not asking you to adopt this tonight. What I think the ask tonight is does your board want to spend the next couple months working on us with us on this to get the language crafted in a way that creates that heritage designation, provides some flexibility for those future uses like, Director Smith mentioned, make sure that there's donative flexibility, but also look at, what does it mean to really step up as a community and say, we're going to be thoughtful and intentional about what we do with our land, and we think this is a first step in that conversation. So the ask tonight is the board willing to work with this for, through the months of June, maybe come back into June with something that the public can look at, and possibly then either adopt it in July, because the timeline for us would be that we would need to have signatures to turn in. It's about, 3,500 signatures we've got to go get, so not an impossible task when you look at 250,000 signatures to get the gas tax to the ballot, in order to make that November election cycle. Yes.
So do we know, Clay, how much we would be paying for this ordinance if it goes to the voters, is that correct?
The Yamhill County Clerk estimated that it would be less than $5,000 based on costs associated with the 2024 elections.
So the taxpayers would pay in that, for our district, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Julie, I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, did you look at all of our parks? Did you look at just one single park? Did you look at several parks when you were drafting this information? Is this for a specific property? Is this for all of our properties? How many properties do you know of that this would actually touch on?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. So right now, the only one it touches on under this criteria is Riley Park. And I did go through and look at that. And, the reality is you already have intensive uses on other properties. So the goal is not to rope them into something new and say, you have to get rid of the ball fields on some property, right? It's really about prospectively, how do you take some of the biggest asset you have now, preserve it, and how do you bring in, more importantly, future asset? So yes, you have a park right now that meets this criteria. You have potentially other land that's going to come in on the horizon in the next 10, 15 years as people are wondering what to do with these properties that nobody can afford to buy, and nobody wants to sell it to China. Like, I don't want to be rude to China, but nobody wants to sell their land to, their farmland, their high value farmland to a foreign country. And so, or see, Meta come and buy it. And so I think people are gonna start looking to government to say, how do I protect this? And I'm not aware of any large land banking nonprofit in Oregon like they have in Montana and in other parts of the Midwest who are trying to preserve, corn land or cattle land or whatever. I think there's some land banking happening in Texas, but there's not currently a large scale, we can come in and wrap our arms around parcels nonprofit that I'm aware of in Oregon. Little bits and pieces of people trying to preserve some things under the auspice of being a nonprofit, but I do think the opportunity is for government to be able to say, and I'm saying this is a not big government kind of girl, but in this particular case around preservation of land and what it means to have that sort of subsidized use for the public to go and enjoy it and make sure it's preserved. Oregon did that with our beaches, right? You can walk up and down from one end to the other to an Oregon beach. You cannot do the same in California or other states. So we were always kind of on the forethought of how we were going to protect what people would think of as community resources. And while, Mrs. Jones' farm is not a community resource today because it's hers and it's her home, if Mrs. Jones doesn't have anywhere to give it to, she's going to look to potentially, is there a place to make it a community resource, which is how you've acquired some of your land, already. And so I feel like if there's an opportunity to say, well, here's how we treat those large parcels and here's how we're going to make sure that they don't have intensive development on them, I think you might get more interest in people saying that's a viable choice. And so part of it is, maybe solve some community tensions that are happening right now, but really being more forward thinking and progressive about what do we do with all the rest of this land in our community that it's going to need a home or it's going to become something we don't want it to be.
Does any other board members have any questions for me? My question is this, is that we just received this draft tonight, okay, and we received the other draft Thursday night. It's not giving the public a lot of time to see this. I'm not ready to go into a negotiation without letting the public, who we serve, who are our taxpayers, get back to us. The other thing that I wanted to say, and I do appreciate you coming, and I do appreciate what you said. I think you said it very eloquently, thank you. But we also, and it came up tonight in the meeting, that we put out a study of all, I think there were 12 parks or whatever, to see where we could put a certain type of activity. I'm disappointed with the study from where it was supposed to be here by this meeting, and now I'm told that it's going to be in the next 2 weeks. It's coming?
I'm expecting the final version to be ready anytime within the next 2 weeks, and we'll publish it as soon as it's available on our website.
Okay, and so I would want to see that, to be able to see what we come up with. You know, the elephant in the room is bikes on Riley property, if we just can be completely frank. And I want to see what that study says before I do anything else, because, you know, Riley Park may not be part of it. I don't know, I haven't seen it. So without me seeing that, and with the district taxpayers spending that kind of money, and then all of a sudden, well, you know, Riley Park was the choice, or Young was the choice, or the landfill was the choice, I don't know. I can't support us doing anything at this time. Now, by the next meeting, we might be able to see it differently, but this meeting, because of the information coming when it did, and so on, and I'm not saying some of your thoughts are bad thoughts, I think there's a lot of good things in here. But I don't want to negotiate anything until I see that study personally.
Well, I would recommend allowing staff and staff's attorney to work with her on some of the language in here that would potentially make it more palatable, because it is going to go out for signatures and it's likely going to be on the ballot. And so I think it's in our interest, like for the donation thing that I brought up, there may be other pieces in here that it would be wise for us to be part of the process, as opposed to just letting it happen to us. So I'd be in favor of that, and then bringing it back next month to see if there's something that maybe we are agreeable to, some form of changes to this that the board can vote on. I would save a lot of time and money and effort going to a ballot measure. So those are my thoughts.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion to have staff and our council interact with the presenter to craft any changes in this that would likely be more palatable, so it could be brought back next month for the board to maybe look at and make some sort of a decision on.
And I would second that motion.
Okay, I'll move to lay the pending motion on the table until the next meeting of the board. Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, can I get a voice vote then on that?
So what are we saying here right now?
So what we're saying is we'll look at it again at the next board meeting.
You need to amend
That's
the
what we're
motion,
saying.
correct?
But
You
that means
laying it
we're
on the
not-
table as a motion.
Does that mean we're not moving forward with having staff?
The board can, through parliamentary procedures, they can choose to lay the motion on the table, which would defer it until the next meeting.
Do we not vote on the original motion in that case?
Not until that's passed, so it's like amending the motion. But it basically delays it.
Hmm.
So we have second. So could I call for a voice vote on this?
Well, I think it's time to talk about it now.
Well, no, there's no talking. This is the.
Isn't there?
Is there no discussion?
Well,
Isn't there
motion made and
discussion?
seconded, so we can discuss.
Okay, let's go ahead.
You can deliberate.
Yeah.
I just have too many questions to make any decisions now. I mean, this was a lot thrown. Plus, like Jim said, we have a whole study that we paid for coming. I think we should look at that before we move forward. And I'm very open to this. I appreciate all the hard work. I think it's really interesting, and I want to continue to read through it. But for right in this moment, I have too many questions.
And I'm glad that Jim brought up the study, because I think the study is very important to find out what other alternatives we have besides Bob and Crystal Riley Park. And Bob and Crystal Riley Park's not on the table as far as I'm concerned, just so that we're clear. I think that we should, we have a limited amount of time between today and November, okay? And if we want to spend some time with, have our guys talk to their guys, we need to use the time that we have, because this is going to move forward. All right? It's gonna move forward. So we
And
want
that's
to give
okay.
ourselves as much time
And
as
that's okay,
possible.
if they're willing to wait for us to look at what that study said, that, otherwise it's okay.
No, they
That's-
won't wait.
that's the problem.
They have to collect signatures in order to
Yeah, that's what
qualify
she
for
said.
the November ballot,
Well,
so
that's
we
the
have to.
process.
She said that they will be collecting signatures in June, in July, and August. That means that there will be no waiting. They will not wait another 30 days so that they have 30 days less.
Brendan?
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts. No questions. I mean, yeah, I'm really in favor of protecting public lands from private interests, but I'm not in favor of kneecapping the district and the employees. I don't want the board to micromanage staff. And I want, our parks to have the widest recreational user base that the staff can manage. Not let the government ban users from public lands. So generally, I am in favor of ordinances for rules and regulations. I think it's a much better alternative than an arbitrary level ban resolution. But I'm not confident in this procedure.
Board members, I wanted to point out our attorney just raised his hand on Zoom. Would you like him to comment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to add to this. I'm not going to be able to get to this for a couple of weeks anyway. I have back-to-back jury trials the next 2 weeks. So I'm not going to be able to engage until after the study comes out. And if we're just talking about discussions, I don't know if you need a motion for that, but in terms of timing on this, I don't know if that affects what you guys want to do in terms of deciding what to do tonight, but.
Well, it would be before our next meeting, so would you have time to review and confer with the council here before the end of June?
Yeah, the second half of June, I could.
Can I continue?
Yes, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I mean, clearly this is targeted towards one specific park. And like if this is solved via an ordinance, like whether it's a specific user group being banned or specific multi-use being implemented and the voters pass it, then so be it. I mean, I'm just not in favor of a PAC coming forth out of nowhere with not enough information for me to engage. So I'm not interested. I don't trust the PAC.
I believe in keeping your promise. And so we know who we trust and who we don't trust.
I really don't want to go there on any trust issues right now. I just like to keep it to the.
Apologies, that wasn't very polite of me.
And that's okay, if I may answer that.
Well, we have a motion on the table to table this until we have our next meeting. If we can call a special meeting before that, if we get the study back in a timely manner, that's always possible, but we still have that motion on the table. So can we take a vote on this, please?
Director Fields,
No.
Director Conan,
He said yes. Aye.
thank you. Director McMaster,
Yes.
Director Slider,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Nay.
motion passes 3-2.
Thank you for coming, I appreciate it. It's good information, and we'll be looking at it.
Great,
But
thank
we just
you.
gotta look at some of the other things that we're doing right now. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay, next on the agenda is board comments. Nick?
Nothing for me today.
Brandon?
Yeah, so first of all, Chehalis Cultural Center Board wanted me to remind the community that there's a really cool exhibit going on right now, Exquisite Creatures. If you got kids, take your kids to see it. It's pretty cool. And it used to be at OMSI, which OMSI's not cheap to get into, but Cultural Center is free for you all. On top of that, I want to just say, as I mentioned, I have been knocking doors, about 165 now, not campaigning, so when the people answer the door, they're very relieved, knowing that I'm not trying to get them to vote or selling them anything. But I'm reminded that the vast majority of taxpayers want the same thing: access to the public lands, new playgrounds, sports fields, to be unbanned from parks. These are like real parents with real kids and real needs that they're expecting me to represent them, and they can't make it to these meetings every month. And they want their land to have maximum efficient use. Additionally, I wanted to say thank you to staff. The parks look amazing. My kids are having a blast daily. We're outside all the time. I'm looking forward to Spring Meadow Park. I'm thrilled about the turf that's gonna get put in, and the new playground is gonna be awesome. And also, I'm hoping that the staff knows that at least some of us hear you. Like last month, we had a staff member warn us about taking on too many projects because it spreads you guys thin. So I'm hoping that, yeah, we can refocus to maintaining what we have, accessing what we have, utilizing the parks that we have for as many recreational uses as the staff can manage, which I trust to tell us, and that we don't have to micromanage them over. So thank you for all your hard work.
Matt? Well, I think that the board's kind of we've gotten a little bit of a rut with being reactive instead of proactive, and I think we got to get to the point where we can start looking at these things holistically with a long-term vision. Something I've been saying for a few years is as Dundee and Newburgh develop on the river, we'll need riverfront parks. It's not a very controversial thing to say that, and I think if you see cities with river frontage like Lake Oswego and West Lynn, the way they've developed their cities around the river and their parkland is part of the reason those cities are so attractive. We have an advantage over them. We also have wine country and absolutely splendid views and agricultural areas. So all of this kind of goes together. And this does remind me, my first meeting ever, I call it my swearing at ceremony. I showed up here and a lot of folks were here, similar to tonight. They were very angry because they thought we were going to change direction on a very beloved park in town, Ewing Young. And really the crux of the issue was land use technicality, but it was to build a bridge over a creek to access an additional, is it 10 or 11 acres at Ewing Young? 11. And Ewing Young is a very well-used park. I use it all the time. I hike there. It's incredible, as Brandon said. It's a park where you have multiple uses. You have BMX, you have a dog park, you have disc golf, you have trails. It's pretty incredible. So I understand the passion that people have for maintaining a park and then expanding it. But one thing I want everyone to see is the big picture. So crossing that creek is going to cost anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000 some odd $1,000 to build the bridge, and then we have to excavate and clear the property. Maybe not excavate, but we have to clear a property that's basically a jungle and a wetlands, just to access 10 acres and create an exterior trail around the edge. Which again, I like the idea. The cost is very significant. We're probably looking at, I think, in the budget, it was somewhere between $500,000, 700 some odd thousand for development of that side of the park along with the bridge, which again, I don't oppose, but what are you getting out of that? You're getting 10 acres in addition to a park we have, where when we're looking at this riverfront park, we're looking at an unknown cost, which is true, but we're also looking at 40 acres of prime riverfront property that we could develop into a park that will probably be the most popular and well-used park in this city or in this district 10, 15, 20 years from now when that's all built out. If we pass on these options when they are economically viable, when we're being given a really good offer, we lose out. And so I want to make sure that in even this ordinance, this isn't just about one park. This is about a philosophy where we have a lot of people who might want to donate to our park district that want to preserve the very little bit of farmland we have left and that agrarian culture and everything that goes around along with that. And so if we're looking at every issue as a narrow focus combat between one user group and another, and however that might be defined politically, we're missing out on the big picture. And so I hope this board can come together and make decisions that make sense 10, 15, 20 years from now, not just till the next election cycle or whatever that may be. That's all I got.
Wait, Jason.
So, I've been actually, I walked and I knocked and I was looking for votes. And this is when I was going by Sanders Estate. And I saw all the work that's been done there. And this giant park turned into a tiny little thing. I was shocked at how much this park has shrank in size. It's kind of like having a very large piece of property, and then you go and mow it, and you get rid of all the brush and all the briar berries and all that stuff, and you can see from one end to the other, and you realize it's not that big a piece of property. But I saw that we have our parking lot in there, our little parking area in there, and it's not as big a place as I thought it was. I wish it was twice as big. I don't know how big that is, maybe 20 acres?
7.
It's only 7 acres. That's why it's so small. I thought it was 20 acres. But anyways, and then I drove by Shad Park here just today, and I was amazed. It's like, oh my God, we actually have a park there. Before you never saw it, and I see that we've got, it looks like we've got a parking area up there, and I don't know if we've ever had a parking area up there.
It's just an operations area for getting into it and out of it with our trucks.
Where do you go if you want to get to that park?
The
Do you have to
trailhead's
go
at the
in
bottom.
greens?
You gotta hike up the hill.
It's in the green.
Oh, that sucks. Well, I mean, how are
It's not what some of the residents told me. They told me specifically not to put a parking lot up there.
Anyways, so the other thing I want to say is, look, I've been a board member now for a little more than 3 years, and it has been truly my honor to be on this board with everybody that is on this board, and I appreciate everything that everybody on this board brings. I want you guys to know that I have listened for the last 3 years. I've listened to this group of people that keep showing up here. I've read all of the emails that have come in. Nearly 400 emails from people who care deeply about a piece of property. Whether you are a biker, whether you are a hiker, or whether you are an equestrian. And it means so much that we have so many people with so much passion. And I promise you this, no matter what happens with this, nobody is going to be kicked off of this, okay? As long as you got 2 feet, as long as you have a way of getting up there, you will have a way of enjoying that park. And I hope it will be on your own power or by horsepower. So that is 4 legs. So anyways, I want to thank you guys for coming out here, and we'll see what comes in the future.
Thank you. My turn now. Real quick, if the board, from a factual standpoint, if we start throwing out numbers at this cost and this cost, please be really careful, because what we say here people believe, and we may not have all the facts when we throw out numbers. So just, for your own thoughts later on. Being proactive. Okay, recently a group of citizens and an engineering firm working pro bono helped to apply for a federal grant called the Safe Streets and Roads for All. If we are awarded that, this planning grant could help the district with future implementation of funds from the federal government to construct phase 2 of the bypass trail. And on a side note, if you take it, so that's going on right now and it's been submitted. And so that's like $500,000 coming back to the district to be able to implement this. And so we had support from our congressional delegation and from the local citizens, cities and so on to do this. Now, whether we get it or not, be great. But like Julie, if we don't apply for these, we don't get these. So we'll see what happens. And with that, if you could take a trip down to the end of Winooski or towards Winooski, towards the transfer station, and right before you get to the bridge that goes over the bypass, our new bridge is going in for the first phase. So if you want to go down and take a look at that, that's going in now, which is great to see that. But that was another project that we started. It took years and years and years to get all the permitting stuff and everything together. So I appreciate the staff in doing that, because I know it was a hard one. And on another topic, which I kind of touched on, I'm going to say I was disappointed in the golf course consultant, as well as the consultant that's doing the work to look where mountain bikes can be, because when we're told something's coming in, we like it to come in. And so it didn't when they said it was, but the golf course is in now, and I'm hoping they are coming in the next 3 weeks. So, the consultant who's evaluating the properties to provide a place for mountain bike riding within the district was not ready to provide his report at this meeting, which he just said. It is my understanding that the report will be available in the next 2 weeks. Hire that consultant. A lot of people say, why did you spend the money on this? Why did a vote of 4-1 spend the money on this? Because I wanted to know. Because people were questioning me before we even went there. You've got all these other parks that are available to do all these things. And I said, well, let's find out so we have the facts. So we're going to get the facts, and then from there we go. It wasn't something that I just wanted to spend taxpayers' money on. I want to know what we got out there, and I want to know how it can be used, and that's why I did it. So I want people to know that was my thought process. It wasn't to bring mountain bikes on. It wasn't to kick horses off or anything like that. It was like, okay, people are asking us, what properties do we have available? Let's find out. And then next week would be great to find out. Anyway, with that, we move on to the golf course clubhouse development citizen advisory committee updates.
Thank you. I'm Roger Coleman, the co-chair of the Golf Course Clubhouse Citizen Advisory Committee. Just want to take a few minutes to talk to you about a upcoming issue. As discussed in the this month's superintendent's report, the terms associated with the current Golf Course Club Citizens Advisory Committee are scheduled to expire on June 27th of this year. At the Citizens Advisory last meeting in April, 5 members in attendance indicated they are interested in continuing to serve. In this month's board packet, you'll find my memo to the board recommending the CPRD board continue the Clubhouse Advisory Group. The continuation of the committee will allow it to complete its mission of providing feedback and recommendations to the board on development of the new clubhouse in Third Nine. I feel the Citizen Advisory Committee has provided great value to the board in providing input for their decision to commission a feasibility study to replacing the clubhouse and development of the Third Nine. The completion of the feasibility study has identified several important issues that should be evaluated further before the board makes a decision. The Citizen Advisory Committee could provide input and recommendations to the board on the necessary steps for this process. I also recommend that a plan for the next steps proceed without delay so that replacement facilities can be planned and are implemented before the existing facilities reach the end of their useful life and no longer meet the needs of the golf course or the community. In the consultant's report, it talks about, there's a statement that says, while the course itself is well regarded, the current facilities are substandard and aging. Funding for these steps is already available through the Clubhouse Improvement Fund, which is supported by assessments collected not to the taxpayers, but to the golfers that use the golf course. So, any questions?
we have it on our agenda. When are we in June? 20?
The agenda is not the agenda until it's published.
Sure.
So
I just wanna make
tentatively,
sure.
my plan, and this would be in the superintendent's update, like Roger had mentioned, but would be to say, the terms are coming up, see if I get any responses from you all, and if I don't, then I'm gonna put forth what I think needs to happen. And that's gonna be somewhat in coordination with Kellen as the Golf CAC, as well as hearing what they have to say at their next meeting, which is scheduled in a couple weeks. But a couple options were floated, including doing a full reappointment, but that takes some time and some effort, and we don't know what the next steps are. Just doing a temporary 6-month extension, which seems desirable, because it's fairly simple, it lets them get past this milestone, and then for the board to think about, okay, what's next? And then there's probably all sorts of other iterations on things that could happen. But it does seem like the CAC, this would be a good chance for them to take a bite at something.
I like the 6-month extension.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Do we need a motion now, or what do you?
Staff understands it.
Okay.
Mostly heard murmurs about that, sounds okay.
Couple things for me being the liaison. I really appreciate you guys' passion here. But I just want to make sure that you folks dig in harder, if you would, into this proposal on looking from outside, not as golfers, not as users of the golf. We have to make a financial decision in this district on this, and it's a big one. And so, and especially if the next 9 is, you're gonna go from a $10 million clubhouse to, I don't know, $3-4 million more for that. And I'm gonna say, I don't know that number. But it's really important that you look at what we're doing now too, and maybe talk to staff about that, or talk to Clay, and look at some of these things that are, because right now in our budget, the way I'm looking at the budget, the way that we are looking at whether we're covering our costs or not. And that is something that the taxpayers also, I'm sure, are concerned with. We need to do that. And I think there's a way to do that. So we need to really look into it. And I would appreciate you guys on the committee really looking into that too, to help us as a district. And you've already done that, and a lot of things you've already done with doing this whole proposal that we got tonight. And lastly, I've mentioned it a couple times, and I really would like to see you folks go out for a fundraising campaign to help. And it is not always fun. I know that, I've done it many times. But that will help too, to sell this golf course to the general public. Because the reality is 36,000 people are paying taxes right now to this district, and we need to serve all of them. And so if you folks could find maybe Phil Knight or whatever, but if you guys could look at that way and help us, that would go a long way with our citizens, I think. And that's just a suggestion.
I got it. I was very encouraged by the feasibility study, especially when you look at some suggested changes in operation
Right.
and how we're not probably collecting full fees and other revenue sources that could come in. And in fact, if you look at that projections out 3 and 4 years, which I don't know from what starting point that is, but there's a significant amount of money being developed that not only pay for the debt, but also could provide money for additional projects for CPRD. So this could be a real money-making opportunity for CPRD to not only support the golf course, the new clubhouse, the third 9, but also other programs that CPRD wants to do.
Well, I appreciate you guys' work. Bob, did you want to say something real quick?
Bob Travers, in district over there at the Greens. You brought up a point of trying to find fundraising for this endeavor. And I would have to say that we are not fundraisers at all, okay? But we do have a line item that is a surcharge that we can utilize to get somebody to do the fundraising for us, or CPRD, I should say, not us, and do it professionally, find sources of where we can gather the money, gather the funds to make this a reality. That's what I recommend.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
All right. We do have an executive session tonight, folks, so we're not gonna get you out of here like you'd like. Superintendent's report and project updates.
Thank you. Keep mine very, very brief. Some of the ones I wanted to highlight would be Ewing Young Park. So that did go before the Board of Commissioners, and they basically are still waiting to get an attorney in place permanently. The planning department said that they're going to conduct legal review. The Board of Commissioners did ask that we pay for their attorney's review. That is very unusual. I don't think it will be a substantial amount. I'll be honest, I don't particularly like having another agency request that we do their legal work, but I understand where it's coming from because it is something we ask them to do. So I have some conflicted feelings about that, but I don't think it's coming from a bad place. I think it's coming from a, we want to get it done, we've got limited resources to do it with place.
You feel we're making headway?
If it's not excessive, I think that it might be worth doing.
No, I don't mean that, I mean just in general.
They seem to be making a good faith effort to go forward.
It is
Yeah.
moving forward.
Yeah. So I don't think that we're getting slow walked. They're trying to go forward. They've got some limitations. I think that's
Are
reasonable.
they still talking about hearing this again on this upcoming Thursday?
That's the last I heard, but I haven't rechecked the agenda or anything that's published yet. But I was planning on, I've got a tickler on my calendar for that. We do have some model concepts for the Recreation Ready study that's going on. So that's the one that we've got a study. Now that would be one for the Highway 219, so we don't know when that would be developed. But what I would like to do is share that with you at the future. So what you may have, depending on what deliverables we're getting in, is you may see me sharing a few things that have come from the more iterative portions of the process. I've basically been waiting for more of the deliverable report to come through. But at this point, it feels like maybe you'd like to see what they've been working on when they've been studying these things. And they're basically trying to come up with what could an accessible, non-motorized way to get to that river look like. And based on the discussions with the consultant team, it does seem like a challenging site from a river access point, just from the geology that you see along the slope and getting down there, and that's not even taking into account the access.
I'm sorry, we're talking 219.
Highway 219 property.
That's been a tough curve.
So we're inside the scour instead of on the outside of it. At Rogers Landing, it's on the outside of the scour, so we have opposite problems at those two places. But they have mentioned that one of the problems that you run into is if you have slow water velocity and you have a lot of sediment in there, that means that's where all the sediment drops down. For theirs, it just means your equipment gets destroyed because it's where the velocity is always high. And they still get lots of sediment as the water slows down over time. So there's just different things that are in play and factors, and that's why you want to look at what's reasonably going to work. And so you'll see something coming up and getting updated on that. Tace Newberg is still the project manager for that, and under the study, we have our portion of the study and then the Rogers Landing portion, so they're both looking at that. And then the rest of it is in the superintendent report, and that's all I've got for tonight.
Do you see have anything?
Real quick, Jake with they're getting close.
Jake what?
They're getting close.
Can you talk into the microphone though? I know you.
Oh.
Sorry.
He's going to get scolded anyway if he doesn't do it.
I'm gonna get scolded by everyone. Jake with they're getting close. All the fences are up. They're currently painting. We're gonna go check progress tomorrow, the architect and myself.
What time are you going out there?
Be there at 8:30.
Okay.
Are you going?
I might go because
I have some
things that we look
concerns.
at. Yeah.
I have some concerns.
I'll be there at 8:30 tomorrow.
And I mentioned that to John, so
Okay.
we're gonna be out there. Sander, they got everything reseeded. Like Brian said, he's in the process of getting landscape trees. That'll make the park look bigger again.
Yes, I got a joke and Brian will.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna have shade out there, right? You're gonna plant trees, right?
Yeah, there's should be a few trees out there.
Yeah, I know.
So Brian's kind of waiting on PGE to finish pulling their poles on the undergrounding. And they're making some modifications to the irrigation that they stuck in because they stuck it right in the middle of the planters, which makes it kind of hard to plant trees. But everything's growing again. Splash pad looks good. It's going to be a challenge for some people, I'm sure.
How's that?
Just Yeah, you're gonna have to be careful. It's natural rock. So, you know, there might be some Band-Aids shelled out. What else? Sander, Jake, Rennie Field, we're talking about parking studies right now. Reverse parking, kind of the entire parking area around the field. Julie mentioned to them that there's not really a changed use in the field. So the parking shouldn't need to get any bigger than what it is. But we're investigating parallel and backwards angle parking right now.
What's the reasoning for backup parking?
Because of where the bike lane would end up and not using more of the park or the school district property for 12-foot sidewalk easement along the perimeter.
Is it on the inside or the outside of where you're backing into?
The bike
Yeah.
would be on that roadside.
It has to do with the transportation system plan cross-section from the city. So we're trying to maintain that, and if we do a standard configuration, we eat up a bunch of the property.
Yeah.
And so if we try and use more of a street area where basically the parking is now, it makes it complicated, although I know I was talking to Julie too about whether or not the back end is really a difference versus nose in.
Well, it is if we're talking pickup trucks.
Yeah, and it
most
is
drivers.
safety related for sure.
So how much of the work are we gonna have to do in the street, or are we?
Well, that's what we're talking about right now with
Yeah,
the
I know.
city. So
So we don't have an answer to that.
no,
We don't.
we don't.
Although I would say the city's been more promising now than it has at some other times. So they think that they're going to try and make it so that
They're
they
gonna
can do
do-
their improvements the same time we do.
Yeah.
And that could cut some of the costs, they think, for hopefully both parties. So that's what we're hoping to line them up.
And the Newburgh Dundee bypass, as Jim mentioned, they finally got an access road down there. It took
saw
them
that.
2 weeks to dry the soil out at the bottom. The crane is supposed to be down there next Wednesday at 8 o'clock, going down to the bridge site.
Take pictures.
I am going to go down there. It's on my calendar. So it's taken a long time to get there, but we're finally going.
I met those contractors, they were pretty much, yeah, let's get rocking on this, let's go.
They're ready. They've been
Yeah.
ready for a while. Sorry. That's about all I have for
I
now.
got a quick question.
Yeah.
What the hell good did it do to change where the staff reports are and every last person is still here?
They'll get more comfortable as it
Well,
goes.
get it.
I do have one announcement that I forgot. Unfortunately, one of our staff has let us know that her last day is going to be June 1st. And so Amber
Is that you?
Hill
Oh.
is going to be leaving. And so she's our HR and finance specialist. And so if you have interest in a non-district sponsored appreciation event, go talk to Julie. There's something coming up. But the other thing I would say is we are going to be flying that job, and it's going to be a full-time HR coordinator and a part-time fiscal specialist positions. So when those go up on the website, I may send that to your to you guys as board members. You all have different networks than we do, and some of those are parks related. Some of them might be other forms of local government. Some other might be other things we just don't know. But any additional help you can provide in your networks on helping us get good people in would be appreciated. So we'll be also trying to post at the places that we think are in our networks. Kat and myself and Amber have all been talking about that, so we think we've got a plan to at least get some good leads.
How are you splitting that again, I'm sorry?
It's going to be a full-time human resources coordinator position and a part-time fiscal specialist position. That's what we budgeted for already.
So you're gonna have two folks you bring in.
There will be 2 humans.
Because I know the fiscal part, you're sharing that with somebody else, because that's full-time, that's a lot of,
It's never been, I mean,
I know
right
it's
now
never
it's one
been-
person doing it. Now it'll be a person and a half doing it.
okay.
So it'll be all those duties because the payroll falls on the HR person more than it falls on the fiscal person.
And
Yeah.
we have some backup for fiscal.
And we do. We've already started having Becky, who's leading registration, does accounts receivable and other things. We do have a transition plan in place because that's a big thing. But this is the sort of thing when we talk about new projects creating problems. It's not really just capital projects and things like that. It's any number of things. And so this is just one of those things that happens sometimes. But
Well, we'll miss her.
any help that you can give. But we're wishing her well. She and her partner are moving out to Montana, and hopefully they're gonna.
Big sky.
They've got good things going for them. They got a plan, so we're wishing them well. And that's it from my side.
Okay, folks already, probably saw the citizens' comments, unless they have something about that. I don't know, do you have anything under miscellaneous that's on here?
Nope.
Okay, so I am going to move us into executive session.
I do have a quick question before we all go into executive session.
Okay.
I got no problem having armed security now that I'm a county commissioner-elect.
why
But
they're here.
why do we have them?
Staff told me they felt unsafe, so we have security here.
Is it because of Jim McMaster?
It's because of your short haircut. Anyway, back to the meeting. Executive session to conduct deliberations with persons.
Guys, keep it down while he does the announcement.
With persons designated by the governing body to negotiate real property transaction pursuant to ORS 192.6602E. So,
All right,
we're gonna go back there. Okay, I'm here to bring this meeting back to order, and I'm going to adjourn.
I thought you were gonna bring that gavel down right on that laptop.